never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
That midnight hour is upon us. How we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. You'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Looky there. How about that? Close out, well, the weekend. At least my weekend. Ah, boy. Get settled back into the old bunker here. Back to Southwest Ohio after big weekend. Mid-America Truck Show. I thought it was a good show. I didn't get to see much because I was pretty much confined to the Steve Sommers overnight drive move. Never got over to the West Wing to see anything. Didn't get to maybe walk around a little bit before we started broadcasting live at the noon hour there Thursday and Friday, but didn't get to see a whole lot. But everybody that was coming by, most I talked to are pretty impressed. Good show, good show. Great to be able to get back, see old friends, meet some new friends, new listeners. Met a bunch of folks for the first time. Give you more on that coming up here. There you go. Let me see. Before I jump over to our travelers' weather, give you kind of a recap of what we learned over the weekend. We'll get caught up on industry headlines because, technically it's been nearly a week since I've been with you actually live from midnight to 5 Eastern time, back to the regular schedule here. But it's pretty cool to be live during the daytime hours. All right, I'm going to jump up to Horse Feathers here because he's got a road report. We'll give him an opportunity to throw that our way, then we'll come back to him, talk about the truck show. But what's going on 81? Hey there, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Glad to have you back on the air at this time of day, and it was good seeing you there all last week there through the weekend and that.
Yes.
Anyways, to throw it out quick, there was a pretty bad snow squall on 81 yesterday up north of Harrisburg, up towards the coal country, up towards Frackville and that. So they got 81 still closed at mile marker 107, 81 northbound Pennsylvania. Mile marker 107 is closed.
Still
they
shut
had a
down.
75.
I've got that 75. In the industry headlines. Yeah, the death toll continues to rise. Last I saw, it's now 5 confirmed dead. Man, that was a mess. So I was not aware that that's still shut down because that happened pretty early in the day, didn't it? Monday?
Yeah, I don't know. I never did find out what time it happened there. My boss was actually up that way, and he was running south at about 10 o'clock in the morning there, 10:30 in the morning, and said it was pretty ugly up there. But everybody on the southbound side was slowed down to 30, 35 miles an hour, and they were just driving sensibly, and some cars had four-ways on. He said it made it a little easier to see with the four-ways on in the daytime to see the vehicles a little bit further ahead. But I'll tell you, the one video I saw on the news last night there was one trucking company's truck that starts with an S and ends with a T. Not that anybody else was going too slow either, but he come in, he was moving at a pretty good clip in what would have been, a decent snow, I guess. So I don't know. It's all back to the same thing again, but I assume it's all lake effect squalls coming down there from Lake Erie, Lake Ontario that's caused that snow yesterday. Yeah. But I know out in Western Maryland, they said they got somewhere around a half a foot there on the ground. So, but yeah, I wanted to get in quick there. So I'm not sure what they're running for a detour. Because in that part of Pennsylvania, going up 81, there's no real side roads to go around there conveniently.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what they're running for a detour to get around that. But yeah, anybody headed north out of Harrisburg, there, it's 81 is not an option. So I don't know. I guess you could look at running up 15 out of Harrisburg instead, and end up over there in the Corning, Elmira area and come back across 86 if you want to, or keep going up 390 towards Rochester, depending on which way north you're headed.
Okay.
But other than that, I guess we'll let you get back to the normal start of the show like you're supposed to, get the rest of the weather out for the rest of the country. And I heard some rumors about something like 80 degrees out there in Denver. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah.
Snow and cold over here and 80 over there.
Yeah, that's only for like today, and because they've got another cold shot coming their way as well. Yeah. The roller coaster ride continues out west, no doubt about it. Yeah, that is pretty much top story here, leading story out of Pennsylvania. The death toll, at least 5 at this point. Many other injuries. They were saying 50. First report I saw like more than 40 cars. Then it was 50 to 60, and I'm seeing maybe as many as 75. In eastern PA, it was snow squalls moving through Monday morning, whiteout conditions, fog and snow. At least 20 transported to local hospitals, according to the county authorities. The extent of their injuries was not released as of this past evening, but lots of people pulled out their smartphones. Dramatic video. One recorded by a person who was on the scene after being involved in the pileup, showing a truck that was on fire, surrounded by other vehicles, crushed during the crash. One vehicle after another, numerous tractors, trailers, piling in, one after the other. People who had fled their vehicles, seen on the side of the road, heard on the video, screaming as more vehicles continued to plow in. And yes, the traffic, automobiles, big trucks were undoubtedly moving way too fast for conditions. If you can't see much more than 100 feet in front of you, you can't be doing 50, 60 miles per hour, and that appears to be the speeds we're looking at. Snow and fog mixed together. Visibility was nearly zero at the point of the crash. Other drivers involved in the accident describing the driving conditions that preceded the crash. One driver tells WNEP television, couldn't see 3 feet in front of me. Then I know I was getting close to an exit, so I went over to the right lane, and by then my car had slid completely over the bank, no visibility. All I could hear were the cars around me piling into one another. Another driver, Bob Kenny, said all of a sudden it just absolute mayhem, just noise, cars hitting cars, trucks, explosions. Something blew up back there with the big fire. Just terribly, unbelievable. All of a sudden, all I saw was a wall of trucks sideways. Those who escaped their vehicles were met with blustery, cold conditions, wind chills at about 14 degrees at Fort Indiantown Gap, which was the closest reporting station to the crash site. AccuWeather said temperatures continued to plummet as the day went on. It was down as cold as 5 degrees at 2:30 this past afternoon. Bitterly cold. Hours after the pileup, rescue crews were still battling flames, working to free trapped motorists and passengers, and they had not yet said what caused the crash, but undoubtedly it was driving too fast for conditions and a snow squall that slickened everything up. Heavy snow was falling during the crash. Now, snow showers first appeared in parts of Pennsylvania early Monday morning. Some snow squall bands forming not long after that, around 9 a.m. Snow squalls reported around Akron, Ohio, and those moved on into the eastern part of the state as well as the western and central portions of PA. It was about 10:20 a.m. Shortly before the I-81 crash, multiple accidents reported on Route 61 in Shamokin Township, about 15 miles west of 81. Power lines going down across the road, shutting down that route in both directions. Icy conditions reported in the area at the time of the crash. Less than a half hour later, the squall conditions could be seen on Interstate 88 at the 118-mile marker. Roads quickly covered in snow, whiteout conditions taking over the area, dangerous driving conditions. As conditions continued to worsen, motorists about 3 miles south quickly saw things turn from bad to worse. Multiple cars and semis sliding off the interstate at exit 116 in those whiteout conditions. Snow squall warnings began to be issued throughout Pennsylvania shortly after the incident occurred. By 12:30 Eastern, most of central PA was under a snow squall warning. Heavy snow moving across the state. Now, less than an hour after the I-81 crash was reported, believe it or not, much of the snow had melted. The strong late March sun had come up. Vehicles were backed up for miles and miles, though, in the northbound lane due to the closure of the interstate. And I can't help but wonder if the road if it's still shut down. I don't know if there's been a way for those truck drivers and other motorists that were caught out there to be able to get turned around, maybe to go back southbound and find a way around. But that was quite the mess. Now, tonight, things have really calmed down. It's still a cold night. Looking at a few, looks like lighter snow showers there in south central and southeastern New York, areas from about between Binghamton and Ithaca. just south of Syracuse, a few snow showers up toward the Buffalo area. But what I'm seeing on the radar, it looks to be relatively light. But just be careful out there. What we are preparing now for, though, as we move into a Tuesday. Welcome in, by the way, 29th day of March. Again, a Tuesday morning, closing out the weekend. OvernightDriveRadio.com, TNCRadio.live. Good to have you on board, whatever venue you might be tuning in from. Forecasters are telling us, here we go, the atmosphere over the southern states is about to become primed again for explosive weather over the next few days. Folks in portions of the south that are still reeling from last week's bout, the tornado outbreak, will soon find yourselves in the path of Mother Nature's wrath once again. The storm that's ultimately forecast to touch off destructive weather across portions of the central and eastern states has been bringing some much-needed rain to parts of the southwest as we started the week here. The energy from that storm, though, is about to push eastward and ultimately eject out of the Rockies today. Once that storm reaches the plains, potent weather will be off to the races, as they describe it. Moist air from the Gulf of Mexico being pulled northward and meeting a zone of unseasonably warm conditions in places across much of the south central states. High temperatures a good 10 to 20 degrees above normal through the day today, Tuesday, across the majority of the southern plains. You get the combination of this moisture and the heat with the strong winds developing in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Those are the exact ingredients that will set the stage for another potential outbreak of severe weather. Tuesday evening through Tuesday night, the threat will center over a swath of the central states from, say, central Texas, northward to far southeastern Nebraska, eastward then into portions of Missouri and Arkansas. Everything will be on the table, all modes of severe weather once again, beginning later on Tuesday evening, while hail and damaging winds, with forecasters saying 80-mile-per-hour winds, will be the main threats with any feisty storms Tuesday night. A few tornadoes cannot be ruled out. Portions of central and northern Texas, as well as Oklahoma and Kansas, may be on the bullseye of that isolated tornado risk, plus torrential downpours and the bulk of the thunderstorms. This heavy rain will be triggering some flash flooding issues, with the majority of the severe activity set to commence late Tuesday, continuing into the overnight hours. It's forecasters always urging residents, have a plan in place if that severe weather strikes during darkness. Residents in places like Dallas and Oklahoma City may want to place a pair of shoes next to the bed and have a flashlight handy later tonight. Most importantly, be sure your electronic devices are fully charged, powered on with the volume up so you can get those weather alerts. Those that are moving the freight or traveling, if you have to be out during the night, the elements, keep an eye out for rapidly changing conditions. Of course, in the darkness of night, dangerous storms or flooded roadways are difficult or even impossible to spot. As we look toward midweek Wednesday, the threat of that severe weather continues to shift eastward, pushing into the Mississippi Valley. Looks like the atmospheric setup from Wednesday into Wednesday night may target some of the same areas that were hammered last week. Louisiana, Mississippi, once again, be prepared for dangerous thunderstorms. In addition to Louisiana and Mississippi, large portions of Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Alabama will all be at risk for severe weather on Wednesday. Looks like strong to severe storms are going to arrive as early as Wednesday afternoon for cities like New Orleans, where we had that one suburb there that took a direct hit from an EF3 tornado last week. Similar storm timing is expected for cities like Nashville, while locations like Memphis, Tennessee may encounter potentially damaging storms as early as Wednesday morning. Now, unlike the severe weather event last week, this setup is expected to yield a higher threat for severe thunderstorms further north, up the Mississippi River Valley into the western reaches of the Ohio River Valley. Just like today, Tuesday, all severe weather hazards are possible with Wednesday's storms, hail, damaging winds. AccuWeather says you could see straight-line winds of 85 miles per hour, torrential downpours, and again, possible tornadoes. By Wednesday night, the threat will be forecast to stretch into central Tennessee, central Alabama, and even a portion of the Florida Panhandle. It's likely these severe thunderstorms are going to be moving eastward very quickly, a swift-paced Wednesday night. I mean, these storms could be racing eastward at 50 miles per hour or more. That fast motion doesn't give you a lot of time if you are in the path of a storm to take shelter. It remains critical that anyone in the potential path has a way to receive time-sensitive, life-saving warnings. It looks like by Thursday, the threat will begin to ease. It doesn't dissipate entirely as the storm and the associated cold front continues to push east on Thursday. Thunderstorms, many of which will have heavy, gusty winds. Some could be severe, reaching eventually parts of the eastern seaboard. The strongest storms likely to focus on the mid-Atlantic region and may pack some damaging wind gusts. By the end of the week, the storm's going to finally push off the East Coast, head out over the Atlantic Ocean, effectively ending the opportunity for additional potent weather. But here it is. It's that time of year. We all know springtime means the change of the seasons, the clash of the warm versus the cold. Coming up, we'll get to, as Horse Feathers mentioned, Denver. They're talking 80s today, but then you're going to be talking maybe some more snow in fairly short order, believe it or not. All right, so much to cover. Hope you enjoyed the opportunity to catch us live there from the Mid-America Truck Show there in Louisville. For those who couldn't make it in live, I haven't seen attendance numbers yet. I would venture to say the numbers were pretty good, even without the presence of the big OEMs. And with all the discussions we had, no one could really give a definitive answer why they weren't there. I mean, the fact that it's been 3 years since the granddaddy of them all, the biggest truck show in the world, was held. I think the only one was Western Star there. Yeah, if that was it. All right, round the country. Our number, 844-3388. Great to have you on board for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAInsulation.com.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Zorro on board right out of the box, followed by Jeff. Nobody remembers who comes in second, Jeff. Sorry about that. Cap and Rod is in the house. Richard, morning from Central Florida, 61 degrees. How about Joe? Morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. Hey, we missed those White Castle burgers. We've got 20 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody stay safe. Have a good night. I'm looking, 35 outside the secret bunker at this hour, showing 32 at the International Airport, CVG. Hello to Larry. Welcome back. Afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Kevin says, morning, Steve, and everyone. Be safe out there. Hello to Roy. Timothy, welcome back. Bradley, welcome back. Brian, thank you, truck drivers, for keeping America moving. Hello to Mark. Said, I missed seeing you at the Mid-America Truck Show. I think we actually missed a wing, but I hope you're rested up. That's funny you'd say that. Everybody was asking, man, how are you being able to work during the day when you're so used to working nights? I didn't really have any trouble transitioning from working the nighttime hours to working days. Now, it's been pretty much since I've been sleeping Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. And I could not sleep for love or money this past afternoon into the evening. I laid down even a little bit earlier than I normally would. I might have dozed off for a couple of hours, so I think I got up at like 3 o'clock, and I was up till, I tried to lay back down about 5. Then I got back up a few minutes later, and next thing you know, it's like 7:30, 8 o'clock. I said, all right, maybe I'll try to lay down. I couldn't sleep. So maybe I'll be pretty damn tired by the time we wrap things up here this morning. Hello to Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning steam for the Weiss compound. 1 week, and I'll be back to trucking after 52 days. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the southwest corner of the Show Me State this morning. Hello to High Pressure Pumping. There's Bama. Got to meet Bama. He says, checking in from Bluntsville, Alabama. It's a chilly 51 degrees here. Maybe one day I'll grow a pair and call in. But I am glad I got to meet you at the Mid-America Truck Show, along with the Monkey Gouger, Hillbilly Tex, Big Moose. Everybody stay safe out there. Yeah, it was good to meet you, Bama. Said, this is a guy that don't have I said at one point, I said, well, good to put a face with I was going to say voice, but no, we don't really talk to him. He just checks in. He's out there listening. That's what counts. Hello to Heavy D and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Robert says, good evening. 69 at the Rocket Ranch, also known as the Cape Canaveral, in the free state of Florida. Gilligan's on board. Hello, fellow listeners. 36 and clear in Radford, Virginia. Copy in the mail, Chevy Guy. Deborah, hey, Steve, it was great to meet everyone Friday. I loved meeting the ladies. They're all so sweet. Stay safe out there, especially my special guy who's actually in Ohio this morning. It was good to actually meet both of you guys. That was pretty cool. Timothy, march in like a lamb, out like a lion. You've heard that before. Hello to Miss Millie. Miss Millie, morning, Steve, and everybody out there. 31 here in Foster, Kentucky. I can't wait for spring. I saw a video of that accident. My prayers for all those involved. Tank, morning, Steve, from Arizona. We've got 54 here in Joseph City, headed west to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. There's Kyle. Kyle, I got to spend the weekend with Kyle there. He says, what's going on here? I thought you were off this morning. Anyway, well, we had a great time at Louisville. Record sales in the Hot Shot Secret booth. Thanks for all the support. It was awesome to meet so many of our overnight drive family. Big thanks to Big Moose, Carolina Monkey Gouger, Hillbilly Tex, Horse Feathers, and everybody else that was there, lining up interviews for us. Had a blast with all of you guys during the evening festivities as well. Can't wait to do it again. Let's roll. I don't know. I remember, Kyle, we kind of talked about, I said, well, if I'm going to be off, Wednesday night into Thursday morning, I said, I'll go ahead and take off Sunday night into Monday morning. Technically, that's like 2 nights off, but I remember you said, well, no, but you're going to be working. Even though you're not working Wednesday night, Thursday morning, you're working Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You screwed yourself out of a day, Steve. I had to get back with the folks here. But here we are. There's Donovan. I know you were listening in a bit over the weekend as well. Little Rambler, as we know him. Checking in. Wish me good luck tomorrow. It's ACT test time. All right, Donovan. I know you're in the central time zone, but that means it's 11:15 or 11:30 there. Aren't you supposed to get to bed early for the big day, ACT test? Get some rest now. Hello to the legendary Big Moose. He says, hey, Kyle, I forgot my gun oil. Send me a bottle via Buster Brown. Rambler's on board. Well, praise God. Hello, Overnight Drive Nation. It's Brother Rambler here checking in from the Crescent City tonight. Nice and clear, 70 degrees. Glad you're back on night, Steve, because we sure did miss you. Maybe I'll try to call in later. Until then, everybody stay safe. God bless. All right. Double R. Yeah, good to see you, Double R. Hello, Steve. Double R heading for Fort Benning, Georgia. Everybody be safe tonight. Yeah, we missed you there I thought you might stop back up Sunday morning. But we didn't even eat breakfast or anything. I don't like to eat a big meal, then hit the road, because then, you got to do business. And I said, I'll just skip breakfast, get back to the home 20. So here we are. Timothy replying to Rambler there. The convoy headed that way Thursday from Hagerstown. That's in our headlines. The convoy, People's Convoy, headed back to California. We'll explain why coming up. Let me get my news break. Red Mule's Online coming up next. And off we roll into a Tuesday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian forces say they have reclaimed some small areas ahead of peace talks between Ukraine and Russia taking place in Istanbul. Officials claim to have retaken a suburb of the capital, Kyiv, and a town in the eastern part of the country. The mayor of the suburb, which has been the site of some of the heaviest fighting, said his city has been liberated from Russian troops. Meanwhile, in Washington, President Biden is standing by what he said Saturday during an address in Poland when he said that Russian President Vladimir Putin cannot remain in power. In clarifying his comments, Biden doesn't expect his remark to escalate the conflict.
The last thing I want to do is engage in a land war or a nuclear war with Russia. That's not part of it. I was expressing my outrage at the behavior of this man.
On Wall Street Monday, the Dow closed up 95 points, the Nasdaq up 186, the S&P 500 gained 32. This is USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to 0. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed, back in the secret bunker. Ken checking in from Lower Slower, Delaware. Had some flurries here earlier today, he says. There's Stephen checking in from the West Coast. Heat wave on board from, where's that at? Deeth, Nevada? D-E-E-T-H. Okay. Martin, morning, y'all. 24 and clear. Cold here in Lima, Ohio. Welcome back to the bunker, Steve. Morning, everybody. Snuffy and Granny here. Long-time Steve listeners, first time on this network. Glad to be back with you, Steve. Listening at the Home 20 in Massillon, Ohio. It was good to see Snuffy and Granny there. We got to chat with them. Was that opening day, Thursday? And I think Snuffy came by briefly there for Saturday afternoon as well and decided to join us. He's the one that said he'd never get the smartphone to be able to listen. He also said I'd never listen on iHeartRadio, and I kind of explained, hey, you don't have to listen on iHeartRadio, this new venue, and actually showed him how to download this modern technology. So listening on his smart flip phone, which was kind of a new one on me. I didn't even know they had a flip phone that was actually a smartphone. But good to see you guys. Welcome back. Jim checks in. Morning, Steve. Glad you're back. 24. Let's see here in Lansing. Headed from Fresno, Ohio. Headed for Illinois this morning. Yeah, Timothy, I know that Saturday was a mess. Thursday, Friday went relatively smooth. The app wasn't really working well. Everybody had to go to Facebook or YouTube there on Thursday. Josh got that fixed up. Friday went relatively smooth. Saturday, we kept losing microphone signal. We'd be sitting there talking, and someone says, hey, there's no audio there. I don't know what was going on, but yeah, the headaches that go with being on the road and modern technology, but we made it through anyway. Welcome back, Steve. Got the one stack Mac. I-81 in PA appears to still be closed at the 107 from that crash. Yes, that is correct. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house, 3-time champion meat hauler. Shout out to Malibu Lauren. Hello to Pappy. Good to see you there. Pappy made it down for Thursday, just the one day. 33 here in Cincinnati. What a great time at the Mid-America. Glad y'all made it home safe. Thanks, Steve, the legendary Big Moose, the Monkey Gouger, Horse Feathers, and the one and only Hillbilly Tex for the memories of a lifetime. You know, Moose, he actually said he enjoyed going out there to the to the trailer, sharing a Blatz with some of the guys. Hello to Gwen. Welcome back, Steve, a.k.a. Shadow Artist, checking in 30 here in Brooksville, Kentucky. Yeah, I guess we're doing all the seasons this week. Yeah, in 1 week's time. Red Mule, hey there, what's going on?
Well, it's 62 degrees on the top of New Mexico on I-40 this morning, Steve, and I was going to bring that up. I was listening to your show there, or your replay there Friday morning, and I could hear about everybody but you. You know, you had Heat Wave on there. He come through loud and clear, and several others I could hear, but I was having I could understand what you're saying, but I don't know if there's a volume control on your mic or not, but I was sure having a hard time hearing you. So they go along there and enjoying Maverick and Goodwrench and enjoying their stories about, the truck catching on fire, and then I noticed a vibration on my truck. I said, what the heck, the road's rough here, and then it carried on, so I finally pulled over and found I had a U-joint coming apart.
Uh-oh.
You gotta love those mechanics that you hire to work on your truck, and then you have to go hire somebody to fix what the mechanic done, but anyhow. Steve, you talking about those people making sure they had those radio weather alerts on there. I'm sure it's been brought up on your show before, but this Cobra CB radio's got that weather alert on there. And when that sucker goes off, it's how do I want to say this? Increase my heart rate more than once when I've been in the bunk. And you can't shut that darn thing off. I don't know. I guess you could unplug the darn thing, but I think that's a good investment for a man to have in his truck. So, Steve, what I was calling about this morning, did you get my email?
Let me think. I believe so, yeah. Refresh my memory.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. To talk about anything but that, right?
Yeah. I mean, good grief. Them people at Fox was acting like something happened to John Wayne or something. I mean, Steve, I don't think I'm exaggerating. I think I turned Fox off or turned channels at least 7 times today because they kept talking about them guys having a cat fight at the Oscars or whatever.
Yeah.
And who cares? I mean, do you care, Steve?
I don't care. And personally, I almost think it was a staged event, but I don't know.
Well, I just, like I say, I was surprised even Maria Bartiromo was talking about it, and I changed over to Bloomberg. So, Steve, what I was calling about, you know, it sounded like you guys had a good time there at the show, and I'm sure you were preoccupied with that. So you might have missed this. Steve, you know, we've heard old whiny Kamala crying because people didn't stand up when she walked into the room, and I guess nobody's taken the time to explain to her real slowly and repetitively that respect has to be earned. And somebody that's earning my respect more and more is this Elon Musk. Did you catch his comments over the weekend about politicians should be the age of the median population? Did you see that?
I didn't catch that comment. All I saw was he has COVID again for the second time, and he's fully vaccinated. And, you know, I did see that.
Well, I saw this a couple times. I was going to send it to you, and I forgot about it. And I don't want to come out and say he's endorsing term limits, but his comment was that politicians should be roughly within 20 years of the age of the median population because they get too out of touch with what's going on. I thought that was an excellent comment.
Yeah.
You know, if we could get somebody like him on board for term limits, I think that'd be pretty good, don't you?
No doubt, yes.
Yeah, so, one other thing I can bring up, Steve, I don't know how relevant this is, but you're talking about the storm coming out of the Rockies. My alarm system there at the home 20 showed that the house lost power there for about an hour and 10 minutes this afternoon. And so I didn't like to say, I don't know if that's relevant to how strong a storm they're getting out there or not. But that's about all I got. So if you can talk about something intelligent, show that you got more class than Fox News, I appreciate it, Steve.
All right, Red Mule, thank you so much. Good to hear from you. Let me see here. So I'm looking at this particular photograph. Big Moose just sent me some pictures from the show. I don't know how many pictures he got, but he got tons of them. Yes, this is a photograph sitting on the tailgate there, the pick-em-up truck. And then there's one Carolina monkey gouger. Standing on one side, there's one hillbilly Tex. Next to Big Moose sitting on the tailgate. And then there's one Pappy on the other side, enjoying a smoke. And yep, enjoying a Blatz. Billy the Kid, I mentioned that. He just sent me an email. He said, hey, Steve, glad to have you back live in the bunker tonight. I just wanted to verify a rumor that apparently at the truck show, there were at least 3 old codgers who shall remain nameless, guzzling cases of Blatz beer in the parking lot. Now, I know at least one of the aforementioned coots, and I wouldn't put it past any of them. Just wondering how many visitors got to partake in the Milwaukee Holy Water. Yeah, I'm not sure who all Moose took out there, but yeah, between the crew, I think over a 3-day period, they polished off about 5 cases of Blatz, if I understand correctly, but hopefully had a good time. Let me jump up to, it was good to meet this guy for the very first time. Now, I could actually put a face with a voice. Hello, Jolly Green.
How you doing, Steve? All the cartoon characters out there. It was a pleasure meeting you and your wife for the first time. Your wife was absolutely a sweetheart. And got his 2 T-shirts and a couple hats. And really enjoyed, had a good time. Unfortunately, I want to apologize to you. We had to leave early because my wife had to work Saturday night. So I wanted to make sure she got to sleep. My back and neck was hurting so bad. I just couldn't take it anymore. All that walking and standing. But yeah. I got my Rab McNally Road Trucker Atlas. Bought 4 bottles of Gas and Stream from Hot Shot Secret. Unfortunately, they had none, but they said that they would give us 30% off. They got to meet Kyle.
Yeah.
Got to meet Double R.
Mm-hmm.
Got to meet Granny and Stuffy. And it was an absolute pleasure meeting Hortfetters. He is definitely was definitely in a class of his own. And I was pretty heartbroken when Gilligan said that him and his wife were not going to come. I think that's the main reason was I wanted to meet Gilligan and Hortfeathers, Moose, and most of those guys were already gone before we even arrived.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be there all 3 days, but what was it? I think Monkey Gouger and Hillbilly Tex, I'm not sure exactly why they had to leave. I think Monkey Gouger's hanging on. We'll ask him. But they ended up, Moose, Monkey Gouger, and Hillbilly Tex were kind of sharing a hotel room there. Moose was planning on staying, but originally he was going to bring his RV, his bus or whatever. For whatever reason, they didn't. So they found a hotel, and they had to split it 3 ways. And he said, Steve, that worked out to about $150 a night for each of us. And he said, I'll be damned if I was going to pay $450 to spend one more night there. So he left as well.
Yeah, I hear you. Also, I want to congratulate your dad getting into the Hall of Fame. I went through there and I seen your dad on the Wall of Fame and Monkey Gouger. And what I said, I was telling Gilligan tonight that I thought it was extremely humbling for you to say that you didn't felt that you didn't belong on that wall yet, that you felt that your dad should be voted in there first. And I take my hat off to you for at least saying that. But I believe your day is coming, to be honest with you. You know, it's just, you're the only trucking show I listen to. I don't listen to Dave Nemo and the Road Dog Radio. And I also know that they got voted onto the Hall of Fame too. So, like I said there, I wish I could have spent more time. I know Sex Maniac did talk to you at the end of the show, and I know you were having technical problems. And I was trying to tell you that I tried to listen to the show. It was either Thursday or Friday, and the volume was so bad I just couldn't hear it. I have a hearing problem anyway. And so everything that all the feedback you're getting was absolutely true. There was something wrong with the volume, and there was. Your volume is perfect tonight. Perfect. But, I mean, there were some of the people you were talking to, I couldn't hear none of them.
Yeah.
And then one day I could hear you, but I couldn't hear them, you know? So it doesn't really matter. I mean, we all had a good time. Of course, I just stayed in the North Wing. That's really all I could stomach, because as big as that show is, we didn't get around to the South Wing. Right toward the end there, my back and neck was hurting so bad, I just couldn't take it anymore, that standing and walking.
Yep.
But we seen what we wanted to see, and it was a pretty nice trip. And down there, I ate breakfast with Sex Maniac on the way in. I had a good time there. My wife and I spending time with Kevin. But I just want to thank you for making us feel like part of the family. I wish I could have seen more of the cartoon characters, but unfortunately it just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah.
But I just want to thank you for being so gracious and so nice to us. And your wife is definitely very, very special. And thank you for the nice stuff that we bought. I'm going to wear those hats down in Pigeon Forge next weekend. We are leaving Tuesday for Pigeon Forge. Got us a cabin written down there, and probably we'll give Hillbilly Tex a call. If he wants to come over for breakfast at the cabin, I'll be glad to fix him scrambled eggs and fried potatoes, biscuits and gravy, and so on. Find out how good of the Jolly Green is a good cook, and he'll find out the hard way there. Come on. But either way, Steve, I just want to tell you that it was a pleasure. It was the second time I tried to find you. This time, if it wasn't for Hortfeathers, I don't think we would have found you this time.
Is that right?
Because I did not know where to look, mainly because I looked at the diagram and it was not real obvious where you were at. But Hortfeather told me what column to look for, and that's how we found you.
Okay, yeah.
And I made a mistake, and I called Mr. Ed, Mr. Hotshot Secret, over there at the I got a mind blank here, that lubricant he sells, the motor coat. And I felt kind of bad. I realized who he was, and I've talked to him on the radio before, met him before, and, I kind of felt bad when I called him Hot Shot Secret,
Oops.
But either way, yeah, that was kind of putting your foot in your mouth, But either way, Steve, I just want to tell you, man, it's just we will be coming back probably next year, but I think we might have to come down maybe on Thursday or Friday if we're ever going to see some of these cartoon characters. I definitely wanted to meet some of those other guys, but they left before we got there, and we couldn't get off anyway. I was off Friday night, Steve, but I wanted to make sure I was well rested when we come down there.
Right.
So either way, Steve, I just want to tell you, man, that it was a good show, and I wish we could have seen more, but like I said, they're at my age, it's really difficult at 66 years old. And Kevin, Sick Maniac, by the way, will be 68 years old this Friday. So Kevin and I have been working together probably for about, 28 years. So we've been working together for a long, long time. And he's the one that told me about you losing that other gig, and then you were getting this other over on YouTube. So he kind of hooked me up, and I've been listening to you ever since, every single night.
Absolutely.
Since then.
Yep.
I just want to also thank you because if it wasn't for you, I would not have as many cartoon friends as what I got now. Some of the Heat Wave and Gilligan and Chevy Guy and all the various people, Horse Feathers, Eskimo Mom. And I feel very lucky, all because of your show. So I just want to make sure that you are doing a mighty good work, and you keep us all together. It's a close-knit family, and I want to continue on being part of your family.
It's great. It was great to meet you, and you're the one that kind of created the whole, introduced the cartoon characters. I think you're the one that first created that little motto.
Yes, I did, and I made up those jelly bean bags there just as a joke, and I gave all that stuff to your wife to give to your grandkids. So enjoy the jelly beans. Of course, you know that Fly Rod labeled me. You know how Fly Rod is.
Right.
Multiple personalities. But either way, it's all in fun the way I look at it, man. So I will be listening tonight. I just want to tell you, it was a pleasure meeting all you guys. So you take care and have a good night, but I will be listening, okay?
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, he brought up an individual that for the very first time that I had seen since separating from the previous employer. And Mr. Motorcoat, all right, Ed, when I first got their booth was like three booths down from where I was broadcasting live, and ran across Ed, and very cordial. I mean, business is business. He understands what's going on. And I got to chat with him briefly. He actually came down and said hi to us at the booth. He came in down to the booth Saturday morning. He was asking, would it be okay for me to sit down here briefly with you on your show? We're not talking products or anything. He said, Steve, there was a time when I was very, very sick and almost died, and your program ended, and I never got the opportunity to come on the air and say thank you to all the people who had prayed for me. So Ed was looking pretty good. I had heard a rumor that he may not even have been there this year, and so when I got there, I said, well, lo and behold, there he is, Mr. Motorcoat. So good to see you. He had asked me that question, and I was like, I don't know. It's that whole thing, Hot Shot Secret, that this is their program. And, Kyle even mentioned to me, he said, when we were setting up that first day, and he said there was a couple guys that came by and said, hey, you guys going to be doing interviews, whatever? Can we come on your program and talk about our product? And at first he's like, sure. And he's like, well, what company are you with? And it was the oil additive company. It's like, no. Yeah, that's one of the things, Hot Shot Secret covers the whole spectrum with oil, additives, you know what they've got. So it's kind of, that's the idea of having his own program. Yeah, we're not going to be advertising for How's Meter Bauer Cleaner or Chevron, Dello, Mobile Delvac. This is the Hot Shot Secret program. Either way, so Chad was going to ask, he said, let me talk to Kyle about it, speaking about Mr. Motorcoat there. And next thing you know, the day was over. And, I never got an answer, and So either way, I wanted to mention that because I didn't think there would have been an issue with him sitting down, not talking about product and whatnot, but he wanted to pass that message on to the listeners out there for all those, because, he got tons of messages and whatnot from people that were praying for him. And he made it through. So I passed that message on for him this morning. Thank you for all those who said prayers, and he's actually going to have, he's wrote a book. It's a book, has nothing to do per se with where he's working now. It's about, he said there's a whole lot to his life that no one knows about. I don't know what the title of it's going to be. I think it may be coming out in a month or so, but you'll find out about it. Let's see. There's Kentucky Ken. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew on my break at the delivery spot in Bear Creek, Alabama. Welcome back. Safe travels. Yes, Kentucky Ken is listening in. Miss Melly said, oh, yeah, totally forgot to tell you how much I enjoyed watching live the truck show there and seeing everybody. Again, everyone be safe out there. Sledgehammer's on board in Columbus, Ohio. Mr. Q listening in. Good to have you back with us. Scooby's here. Good morning from Butte, Montana. There's Jason. Stacy says, hey, Steve, just wanted to drop in and thanks again for the chair. What a wonderful way to end a great 3 days at the Mid-America Truck Show. Stacy, yes, I got to meet Stacy. And we got some photos with Stacy. Stacy was one of the winners of the 3 chairs given away from Bostrom and National Seating. What are the odds of all 3 of the winners being females? So, yeah, Stacy and her husband were actually able to take that chair, load it up in their van, and take it with them. But, it was great to meet you guys. Her husband is actually a bull hauler. They own 2 trucks. Yeah, she doesn't drive trucks. She just kind of runs the business. Her husband drives the truck, and she said one of their trucks really, really was in need of a seat, so they were just thrilled to death to have won the chair. They got I believe they got the national seating. That would be, is that the Corsair? Yeah, because we had the wide ride, the pro ride, and the Corsair seat from National Seating. And we were having some technical difficulties when we announced the winners' names there on Saturday afternoon. So I've got the names right here in hand. If you didn't get to catch that, we'll share those once again with you just ahead. We'll get back with the Carolina Monkey Gouger, and on we roll into a Tuesday back in the secret bunker, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
President Biden doubling down on what he said Saturday that Russian President Vladimir Putin cannot remain in power. But he offers a clarification that it was his personal opinion and that he does not take back what he has said.
This is just stating a simple fact that this kind of behavior is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable.
Biden adds he was expressing personal outrage at Putin and does not expect things to escalate between the U.S. and Russia. It's officially called the Parents' Rights in Education Bill, but opponents have dubbed it the Don't Say Gay Bill. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed the bill into law. It forbids sexual orientation and gender identity from being taught in kindergarten through 3rd grade. Despite widespread criticism of the law, DeSantis says parents have a right to a role in their child's education. Wall Street closed higher on Monday, though crude oil prices fell. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And, of course, half-price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
Emergency officials in Pennsylvania say a snow squall that reduced visibility is a factor in a multi-vehicle wreck in the northeastern part of the state. Trooper David Bohm with Pennsylvania State Police says first responders in Schuylkill County are working together at the scene.
There's multiple agencies, fire companies. This is a big effort here to get all this fire out. There's no hydrants up here, so they have to bring water up here.
At least 3 people were killed and more than a dozen are hurt. At least 40 vehicles, including multiple tractor trailers, are involved. The House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol voted unanimously to hold former Trump advisors Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino in contempt of Congress. Both men have refused to comply with subpoenas issued by the committee. The recommendation of criminal charges now goes to the full House, where the Democratic majority will likely sign off. The major indexes on Wall Street closed higher on Monday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Actor Will Smith is apologizing to Chris Rock for taking the Oscar stage Sunday to slap the comedian after a joke about his wife, fellow actor Jada Pinkett Smith. On Instagram, Smith said he was out of line and that his actions are, quote, not indicative of the man I want to be. Smith won the award for Best Actor for his portrayal of Richard Williams in the movie King Richard, the story based on the father of tennis stars Venus and Serena Williams. Smith also apologized to the Academy, which opened a formal inquiry, and the Williams family. For folks wondering when will American astronauts touch the lunar surface again, USA Radio's Tim Berg has an answer.
During Monday's 2022 State of NASA address from the Kennedy Space Center, Administrator Bill Nelson says your wondering days are almost over.
That day is coming soon, because not long from now, right out there on pad 39B, 8.8 million pounds of thrust will propel an uncrewed Artemis 1 into the heavens.
And then Nelson said Artemis will carry a crew to the moon and onto Mars by 2040. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
An MGM-52 Lance missile and an M752 launcher have sat outside of the old Athens High School in Alabama for decades. The News Courier reports that those items are now being given to the Alabama Veterans Museum and Archives. News anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Back at it. Hour number 2 off and rolling just like that. Bada boom. Now let me jump right back with, again, a big thank you to Mike Brunetti, longtime friend with Bostrom and National Seating. They had teamed up with numerous years there at Louisville, giving listeners, drivers the opportunity to win some of their products, which, again, they did this year. Now, we had the Pro Ride Plus Certa seat, which was drawn from the online registrants via the contest page at overnightriveradio.com. It had the National Seating Corsair, and, of course, the Pro Ride seat. Winner of the Pro Ride. Winner's name was Stephanie Nolt. Undoubtedly, I think Josh was handling all this from back at the home base there in Mount Gilead. They've probably all been contacted by now. They'll be shipping Stephanie their seat. Again, it was good to meet Stacy and her husband, Stacy Hoskins, winner of the Corsair seat. Winner of the Boston Pro Ride seat, which I got to sit in all weekend, a very comfortable seat. The listener, Caitlin Reinhart, winner of the Bostrom Wide Ride seat. Thanks to all those who registered to win. You know, you're kind of laughing about, what would the odds be of 3 females being the winners? And Kyle said, you know how it is, Steve. You know, the men, if the men are out there driving the truck, they say, honey, I ain't got time to do this, but do me a favor, go to overnightdriveradio.com and register. Well, we might win a seat. Okay. So congratulations to all. We'll mention that again later this morning. Just as communities around the country from Denver to Dallas to Minneapolis start to feel like spring, hang on. Yep, another dose of winter is going to be sweeping through. Yeah, the warmth that started across much of the Rockies and Plains Sunday continued this past day. By 5 o'clock this past afternoon, Mountain Time, Denver had rocketed to the 80-degree mark. Warmest day they had been since back last November. But as the week progresses, that warm surge is going to shift to the south and east as that big storm we were talking about last hour brings weather whiplash once again to many across the center of the country. Same storm that's bringing rain to portions of California is going to push through the Rockies into the plains overnight tonight into the day Tuesday. Yeah, this storm's going to spread at least a late taste of winter from the Rockies through the upper Midwest. Chilly air is going to sweep in as the jet stream takes that southward dive across the western states, which will allow for the higher elevations of Colorado, Wyoming, and Utah to actually see some snowflakes today. Snow levels may drop below 5,000 feet across parts of Wyoming later on Tuesday night. It's going to be much higher in Colorado, though. There's maybe like 8,000 feet. But at the same time, this storm's going to be streaking into the Central Plains, spreading both rain and snow across Nebraska, the Dakotas, and Minnesota by the end of this day. The snow will start to accumulate across parts of Saskatchewan and Manitoba in Canada today. It's likely to reach the Dakotas as cold air pours into the northern plains on Tuesday night. Snow is forecast to continue spreading eastward as that storm strengthens over the Midwest and the Great Lakes through Thursday. Heaviest snow is going to be across northern Minnesota into Ontario, Canada, where you could see 12 to 18 inches. AccuWeather says some locals may actually pick up as much as 25 inches. With this storm, accumulating snow is once again expected from Minneapolis, probably by Wednesday night. They also note that the snow across this portion of the country, it's not really unheard of in the early spring. Matter of fact, the Twin Cities averaged just over 2 inches of snow during the month of April. So not all the precip will be wintry. The clash of the warm and cold creating the opportunity for some ice across portions of the Great Lakes as well. The greatest risk for an icing setup will be northern Wisconsin to the UP of Michigan. May see some slick travel and could even see some isolated power outages late Tuesday through Wednesday. There's going to be a brief period of freezing rain, sleet, or that wintry mix, maybe as far south and east as the central Appalachians. Be watching for the gusty winds to begin kicking as well. Brisk northerly winds for the upper Midwest, especially later Wednesday through Thursday. While snow is sweeping from the Rockies to the upper Midwest, again, the severe weather breaks out from the southern states, threatening more damaging thunderstorms from Oklahoma and Texas to Tennessee and Alabama. Now, behind these threats, a widespread change in temperatures also expected. Wednesday, noticeably cooler conditions will span from South Dakota all the way to western Texas. High of the upper 70s in Amarillo and Kansas City, Missouri. Today will be replaced with a high in the mid-50s on Wednesday. There you go, weather whiplash once again. Now we jump back to our listening friends. There's the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Hey, it was good to hang out with you for a couple of days once again.
Hey, Steve, it's great to hang out with y'all, man. I tell you what, this is one truck show I will never forget. You got me?
Congratulations on the Wall of Fame, Monkey Gouger. How about that? Did you think that was actually going to happen?
You know, Steve, I'm still walking around on cloud nine. I didn't know that. I had no idea. You know, I talked to you the night before, and I said, looks like they'd have told us something, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I got called over to the office over there, and they took a picture. And look here, you got that picture of all them hooligans sitting on the back of that truck. I want you. Did you see anything in my hand while they was all sitting on the back of my pickup?
Oh, I'd have to go back and look. No, I don't think so. No, you had an empty hand and an empty hook.
Well, let me tell you what them hooligans done. We went out there for a beer break, right?
Yeah.
And kind of, you know, I mean, a lot of people coming through, stopping and talking. I mean, they covered us up out there. And I got a phone call. I need to come to the Matt's office. And I said, well, damn. I said, I'll be back in a minute. Well, you know, a minute. It took a little longer than about an hour. I was gone. I done walked all the way over there. Didn't know exactly where I was going. Got turned around. Ended over there in that west wing over there in Bargain Bonanza. And then I had to go all the way back. I run into Toby Young's daddy, and he told me how to get where I needed to go. So I was gone about an hour. I got back. All the ice dumped out in the middle of the parking lot. The cooler stored up on the back of the pickup. And I said, y'all didn't even save me a beer? Pappy looked at me, snooze, you lose there, Monkey Gouger. That's all I can tell you. I didn't even get a cool one at that deal. Not a one. So anyway, but we did make up for it the day before, but they were giving me hell about that.
Uh-huh.
But Steve, I tell you something, man. I seen people I hadn't seen in years. I mean, Debbie called me one night. She said, "Like you having a good time?" I said, "I'm really, really enjoying this truck show." I said, "We worked hard and everything, and got a lot done." And I said, "Got to see a lot of people, but we never did get over there. There was one section of that truck show we never got to. We were just so busy doing other stuff, you know." And,
so was that the West Wing? Did you get to the West Wing or no?
I think it was over there where where the OEMs usually be at.
Okay, all right.
Over there in that South Wing.
Uh-huh.
We never did get past. I never did get past the South Wing. That as far as I never did get over there. People saying there really wasn't a whole lot going on over there. they didn't have my girlfriends up there showing the legs, so I wasn't really interested about going over there anyway. But had a good time. Well, look here, how was the turnout Saturday?
I don't know if it would be as big as you would typically see on a Saturday. It seemed pretty equal to what we saw Friday, that's pretty busy.
I'll tell you one thing, they come in there Friday. I know me and Chad went around there to visit a vendor, and I said, it's gonna take us a while to get up through here. And he said, okay. And he said, where'd all these people come from? I said, well, everybody usually comes in through that door right there, registration, and then they filter in here. And I said, that way is going to be coming through that hall in a minute. And it wasn't just a minute. We were standing up there, all of us talking, and we had to finally get up almost under one of them trailers, so we wouldn't be in nobody's way. I mean, you couldn't stir them with a stick over there. They had a great attendance over there.
Uh-huh.
I was real excited. And it was I thought it was a pretty damn good show.
Mm-hmm.
From what I seen, on Thursday and Friday.
Even without the OEMs, yeah.
Yeah, even without the OEMs. I sure did miss my girlfriends over at the Peterbilt place. So
I bet you did.
I was going to get my picture taken, but anyway. But you were talking about us leaving early. That motel, Jack, the prize, we had discussed staying Friday night, and just kind of maybe getting up Saturday morning, kind of going through and leaving. But they said, we'll find out. So I went in there and talked to the guy, and they jacked the price up for Friday night. And I said, oh, hell no. But I'm going to tell you something. When you got Moose and Hillbilly Tex in the room, you ain't going to sleep, because both of them snore like McCulloch chainsaws. One on one side, brrr, the other, I said, oh, Lord. I think we left there. It was probably, we went out back there, and a couple of people was out there talking to us, and then me and Tex finally got out there about, I think it was like 4:10. And Steve, the traffic and wrecks, it took me 6 hours to go from Louisville to Lenore City, Tennessee. I didn't get home till like 5 o'clock that morning, 4:30. It was a heck of. I don't know where all the people are going. I don't know where they're getting the money for this high price gas and everything. But I will tell you something, Steve. I really enjoyed this truck show. I had a blast. It was just a great show.
It was good after 3 years of no show to see some old friends.
And I hate I missed old Granny and Snuff, because me and old Granny and Snuff would go way, way, way back.
Mm-hmm.
I hate we missed them. I seen the last hour, but I don't know where them fellas are getting that your volume was, because I went back and watched both of the podcasts and everything, and I didn't have no trouble listening to it. You were coming through loud and clear, and everything. I don't know if it was a live feed acting up or what, but when you went back and watched it on the podcast, you were loud and clear. Everything was going good.
Princess had been kind of like binge watching this past day, because obviously work, and she wanted to go back and see what was going on. I mean, the phone callers were loud. Obviously, especially the first day, the guest mics were really, really low. I was able to bump them up a little bit for Thursday and Friday, but I don't know, little bugs we got to work out for the next time we go out on the road.
Well, Tom Kirk come over to Mr. Ed's booth and done an interview with us, and he's hollering at me. I said, hey, Bo, your damn carnival wagon, I ain't got no sound. I can't hear a damn thing you saying.
Uh-huh.
And everybody started laughing and carrying on, but it was a good time, man. I really, really had a good time. Got to see Marty from WSM and a lot of people, and then while we were standing up there that Thursday night, seen a bunch of people come up and congratulate me and everything, and like I say, Steve, it was a good show. We worked hard, but it was It was a great show. I mean, I'm going to tell you, if you've never got to hang out with the big moose at a truck show in the Hillbilly Tex, you missed it. Because I'll tell you what, Moose had 3 or 4 of those people go wound up, especially that lady over there at the Pizza Hut, at Papa Murphy's Pizza.
Yeah.
She cut the price of the pizza in half just to get Moose to come over there and talk to her.
So what'd you think about that Thursday night, the 50th anniversary thing, obviously for the St. Christopher Fund, and that's where they announced, the Wall of Fame inductees. I was asking Toby if it's going to be, is the Wall of Fame going to be every year? Is it going to be every other year? And he didn't have a solid answer for that, but he was talking about, based on how things went for that opening night get-together and everything, that went pretty good, raising funds. I talked to the girl from the St. Christopher Fund, and I mean, the early number, I think she said they had that they raised like $6,000 that evening. Do you think that would be something to do on an annual basis?
I didn't get a chance to talk to Toby much at the show about where it was going on an annual basis or what they were going to do or anything. I'd like to see it be an annual event. I mean, I'd like to see them. You do it every year, But that was a good turnout. But the one question I see people asking: How did the interview go with Papa, Mama and Papa G from the Convoy?
That went. I thought it was good. I mean, he said right up front, "I'm not going to talk anything about politics," but he pretty much just, he made it clear that the idea is the government overreach that they want to end. They want the end of the emergency declaration. It's just a power grab, and that Washington has forgot that they work for us. We don't work for them.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, when we run into them Thursday afternoon, me and Tex and Moose was sitting over there interrupting a photo shoot. One of them big shot, big riggers out there in the parking lot. We got right into pictures, and we was sitting there talking, and I seen him walk out to take a smoke break, and I said, "Hey," "that's them people from over there at the from the Convoy." So we walked over there, got to talking to them. Great people. I mean, I was just so glad to get to see them.
Mm-hmm.
And they had this guy that's running for Congress for the state of North Carolina. He was there. He's from the Charlotte district, and we had a real good conversation. And then we got to talking to him, and she said, "Is this Bozo's son?" I said, "That's exactly who it is." And I said, "Man, they'd love to have you on there." So I'm glad it worked out. I'm glad they got together and got it worked out.
Mm-hmm.
But I sure wish we could have heard some of it. But I'm glad it went real well. But Steve, the fish are jumping in the boat, committing suicide. That's all I've been doing since I got home. I rested I didn't really rest because about 7 o'clock, a certain little granddaughter come in there and stuck her fingers in my eyeballs and said, "Pig, you wait." I said, "I waited all night. I drove all night to get home to see you." And she had me up at 7, and she had to leave, and her mom and daddy were taking her somewhere, and I laid back down and went to sleep. And I think I slept at like 5 o'clock that afternoon. So I was glad to see Biscuit. And everybody was asking about Biscuit at the show and everything. But I told her, I said, "Now the next 3 days," I said, "Pig gonna be fishing and in the swamp." I said, I see you when I can, because I'm going for some R&R, and I tell you, really enjoyed it for the last couple of days. Man.
That's good. A little chance to regroup and whatnot before you hit the road again. Well, great to see you. Great to hear from you again, Monkey Gouger. Thanks for everything there. In that interview with Trucker G, which, by the way, he's one of those that have been kind of like Facebook Living the convoy around D.C. Day after day. He had broke away. They broke away from Hagerstown Speedway on Tuesday of this past week to come down to be there at the Mid-America Truck Show. In our conversation, his plan was when they left the show, they were going to go home for a few days to see the kids, grandkids, and whatnot, because they hadn't been home in such a lengthy time. Then they were planning to head back to Hagerstown. I guess that's all changed, obviously, as the announcement this past day, the People's Convoy is going to take that roadshow back out west. Let freedom roll, announcing they're going to soon relocate its fleet of trucks from Washington, D.C. to California as a means of protesting the COVID mandates within the Golden State. The People's Convoy website cited a handful of congressional bills, which they're going to be voting on in the coming weeks. They're in California. That's going to be the source of their opposition protest. Among the various opposition bills, here's what they're talking about, California: mandating immunization for any public or private school students, regardless of FDA approval. California's talking about lowering the age of COVID vaccine consent to the age of 12 years old without parental approval. They're also talking about requiring law enforcement entities to enforce city or state mandated public health guidelines or risk losing future funding. The People's Convoy website now reads, "We demand the declaration of national emergency concerning the COVID pandemic be lifted immediately and our cherished Constitution reign supreme. We are the people of the United States of America. We stand together under the banner of freedom." Mark Landis, who's one of the organizers of the People's Convoy, apparently says, what did he say? He told the Herald Mail, "I think stopping the California bills is more important at this point in time. More important than actually getting the emergency declaration repealed, because that's already in place. We need to stop stuff like these bills from ever being implemented." He then went on to say, "Otherwise, the rest of us who don't live in California are going to end up being subject to the same situation." And there was, what was it, in Washington, D.C., they had passed some legislation allowing children to accept the vaccine without parental consent. And at some point last week, there was a federal judge that said, no. He halted that. You know, how do they think they do these things? Circumvent parental rights in this country? But we will pause there. We'll get to the big moose and so many others right after a quick news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
No regrets. However, President Biden did clarify that his remarks from Saturday that his Russian counterpart cannot remain in power was his personal opinion and not an official policy calling for a regime change in Russia.
I was expressing the moral outrage that I feel, and I make no apologies for it.
Biden made the remarks during his address in Poland as he was rallying support for Ukraine. Meantime, Ukrainian forces have claimed to have retaken a suburb of Kyiv and an eastern town from Russian forces. It comes ahead of talks to be held in Istanbul. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said his country is prepared to declare its neutrality and is open to compromise on the fate of the Donbas region. Wall Street closed higher on Monday, though the price of crude oil fell sharply. The Dow was up 95 points, the Nasdaq was up 186 points, the S&P 500 gained 32. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, Get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I shared a video earlier that this was actually a dash cam video of one of the truck drivers that was rolling along 81 this past morning. It came across the pileup and, well, became a part of the pileup. But this guy, you can see there was someone standing next to a vehicle that they're sliding on the ice and literally diving out of the way as this truck plows into a car, and then another truck I don't know if Horse Feathers has seen this one yet or not, but it looks like a whole, like big truck trailer loaded with propane tanks. Just, being slammed into, there were already several fires burning. I don't believe the propane tanks ever caught fire and whatnot, but could have been so much worse. But yeah, the question everyone asking, you can clearly see in the video, his visibility was dramatically reduced, and the rate of speed, once you see the first few cars that are on the side and the crashes that had already occurred, this guy's just plowing through. Why going so fast when you can't see? There's no chance in hell you're going to stop, which he didn't. But again, the death toll at this point, at least 5, could go higher. All right, let's get back to the calls here. There's the legendary Big Moose. How about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive theme live from Louisville? That was nice of you, Moose. Thank you.
Well, you had a good time, buddy. I just called in. I just wanted to clarify one thing. I had somebody on this radio here, not to mention no names, that was, putting out this false narrative that I am, in fact, a snorer. Now, let me tell you what the real case is.
Okay.
We got in that motel, and old Tex and Gouger got over there messing with that daggum air conditioner, turned that sucker down to about 40 below zero, and turned the fan clear over on takeoff. And that thing was blowing so hard, and it was blowing straight at the ceiling, bouncing plumb over them and coming right down in the middle of my bed. And what he mistook for snoring was actually my teeth chattering. I come to there Friday morning. I had every blanket I could scrounge. I was wadded up into a big old cocoon, and I could see my breath blowing out of my face. And I looked over there, and there's Gouger over there laying up there like a boar hog in his jockey shorts, sitting over there panting like a dog in heat. And I said, "There's something wrong with that man." It was 40 below zero in that motel room, and that dude's over there sweating and panting. And I said, "God Almighty!" I said, "I got to get out of here." I've been the only guy in the history of the world to die of hypothermia in a motel room.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but he needs to see a doctor. The only thing I can say. They can't be nobody that damn hot when they're sleeping.
It's about the opposite of what I ended up with. Of course, the Princess has always been cold-blooded, and the hotel was comfortable I thought it was comfortable when we went to bed there, especially on Friday night. I'm wondering all night, man, why am I so hot? And I wake up and she had the damn heat on 76 in there.
Well, I tell you what, you could have hung meat in that damn room I was staying in, I'm telling you.
Oh, boy. So otherwise, what'd you think? Overall, the show, good show, got to meet some folks?
Yeah, pretty good show. I kind of, myself, I was expecting a little bit more of a turnout, Hadn't been 3 years since I had a show, and I was kind of expecting a little heavier crowd than what they had. It wasn't bad, but man, I figure that place would be going like gangbusters this year, you know?
Yeah.
But, no, overall pretty good. And the most important thing, Steve, we have brought some people in to the Heileman fold, buddy. We got some new, dedicated Blatch drinkers among us now.
Oh boy, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Oh man, that's a good thing, Steve. Okay. I'm telling you, these guys in here, they used to drink in that daggum St. Louis sewer water or that dang Colorado Yellow Mountain runoff, and they finally got a handful of some icy cold Milwaukee holy water, buddy, and I tell you what, it made believers out of some of them now, I'm telling you.
How about that? You sent me, I've tried them, they're not bad. It doesn't have a nasty aftertaste like I thought it would, so it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, well, established 1851 beer of the year, 1854. You can't go wrong with the classics, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, that was before they invented the good stuff, though, wasn't it?
Now, well, that's the granddaddy of them all. You know what? My feeling is once they perfected the recipe, everything else was just second rate, slop and grog.
Okay.
I ain't never varied, but I was glad we was able to enlighten some barley pop drinkers out there into the Blatch family this weekend. And I was going to bring an accordion down with me. We were going to do a little accordion playing, but I'd got the truck loaded up, and I said, well, let's see here. With all that beer in the cab, I didn't have room for the accordion, so it was either bring the accordion or bring the beer, so the accordion stayed in the closet.
Got priorities, I get you.
Yeah, every man's got to have priorities. But, yeah, we had a good time and got to harass Kyle a little bit. I hope we didn't traumatize Chris too bad out there at the back door. And where in the world does Kyle find these clubs he likes to go to? I'm going to tell you something, buddy. That little hole in the wall dive he took us to there Thursday night, I couldn't find that place again if I had a team of bloodhounds. I'd never find that place again.
I don't know how he comes across them. It was the back door.
Well, the back door, and I tell you what, I'm gonna have to educate the boy a little bit too, because the chicken wings wasn't bad, but for the most part, it was a regular sausage fest in there, man. I tell you, we need to go where the women's at.
I hear
where the good hot wings are.
All I know is when Kyle told Chris we're going to a place called the Back Door, he said, something just don't seem right about wearing shirts with the name Lubrication Specialties going in the back door.
Well, that's what I thought too, but, I was just trying to be polite. I went along for the ride, but I had my knife at the ready in case anybody started any of that funny stuff,
Right? Oh, boy.
Well, the good news is, I didn't have to use the facilities while I was there. I might have been a little bit more apprehensive. I'd have probably had to have backed into the bathroom, make sure nobody followed me in there, if you know what I mean.
I hear you.
But the chicken wings is pretty good, and I tell you what, I want you to know something. It done my heart good to see a man get so much enjoyment out of a pinball machine. I was sitting there watching you. You must have put $75 in that pinball machine.
No.
I've never seen a man play that much pinball in my life.
I was winning free games, Moose. It was just like old times when you get that lever and you get that pop. That's a free game. It's a winner.
All right. Yeah, I said, man, been a long time since I've seen a pinball machine. Been even longer since I've seen anybody get that much enjoyment out of one.
That was a lot of fun. Yep. I didn't know anybody was paying attention. Somebody come over and said, what are you trying to be, a pinball wizard or what? I said, I'm going back to my old days. I was a pinball kid.
I heard that. Well, fella, I tell you what, keep it twixt the spotted and the solid, and I'm going to take my baggy ass to bed. Old Bob Barker's sitting here giving me the side eye. I'm up past my bedtime, so
okay.
I shall see you people later.
It was great to see you. Thanks for checking in, Moose. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM. or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, there's Rock Pick checking in this morning. What do you say? Hey, Steve, glad you're back doing the live radio after midnight. Checking in from Rochester, New York. Got 22 degrees, cloudy, feels like 11 right now. Stay safe, everybody, and enjoy. There's the Dipsy driver checking in. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive Nation. Got 20 degrees here in Michigan. We're dropping down to 16 this morning. Then we jump to 62 by Wednesday. What a roller coaster ride this spring has been. But have a great show, as always. There's Scotty. Sorry you didn't get to make it into Louisville there at the last minute. I guess he had to work after all. He was planning to come, but is this live or is it Memorex? Yes, indeed, it is live. Wish I could work 3 days a week. I didn't work a 3-day week, you ding-a-ling. Yeah, I worked Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning, but I worked Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That was a 6-day week, I'll have you know. All right, let's see. Steve Summers, how was that interview with Trucker G? Okay, we told you about that already. Gilligan, haven't heard anybody else complaining about the audio cutting in and out on YouTube. Might be on your end. Let's see. Hello to Robert. Hey, Steve, did you ever make it to Frank's and getting their sandwiches? Just curious. No, that was, if I'm thinking of what you are, that's the deli place, right? I'm not big on cold sandwiches, deli sandwiches. I'm more of the hot wing kind of a guy. I think, yeah, never was big. Now, there on Sunday morning when we left out, Wanda did go down there, and she sent us a photograph. She had I guess that was a big roast beef deli sandwich. It looked humongous. I mean, that was what? 2 inches thick with that sliced roast beef. It looked pretty good. And she said, I got all this for $5. I said, wow. Yeah, so yeah, it looked good, but no, I didn't try it myself. Hello to Dave. Morning, Steve. It's Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine this morning, where it is a chilly 14 degrees. Brr. Shorty checking in. Hey, Steve, that was a great interview with Waypoint Vets the other day. That would be Sarah Lee. Also, I sent you to the very raw video of the 14-year-old that fell out of that ride in Orlando. Yeah, I checked that out a few minutes ago, Shorty. Wow. How horrible is that? I hadn't even heard about that. Don't even know when it took place, but I'll find out more. But yeah, when we had Sarah Lee on, what was it, about a week before the show? And I believe Horse Feathers is the one that had called in and said, hey, are you going to come down and say hi to us in Louisville? She wasn't even aware. She's, oh, yeah, where's the show? When's the show? And she took the invite and she made it in there on, I think that was Friday morning. Yeah, because right out of the box when we started broadcasting live at noon, Sarah Lee sat down with Chris Gabrelchik. We probably did like a 40-minute interview. I threw all I threw the playbook out the window. I didn't stop for a 15 after break. I didn't stop for the bottom of the hour news break. And it was really more or less, Chris was doing the interviewing of Sarah. Yeah, more than I was. I was thinking, man, I can just probably go out and smoke a cigarette right now. Go ahead, Chris. But that was, Sarah, that was pretty special. And she wasn't there long. I mean, hell, she drove 4 hours to come up there. We did our 40 minutes on the program. I think she went back to the Hot Shot Secret booth. They did some photo ops. Chris gave her the first, I guess, installment of the matching check for Waypoint Vets, where he's matching up to $50,000 this year to donations for her charity, Waypoint Vets. And it pretty much almost brought her to tears. But, after the photo ops and whatnot, she headed, I think she was only there for maybe a couple hours. You drove 4 hours to spend 2 hours. But it was great to see Sarah. That's the first time I've actually met her in person. And she didn't, since I was busy interviewing, when I got to take a break, someone said, hey, Sarah left this for you. She left me a coin, challenge coin, from the Waypoint Vets. Uniting and empowering veterans, it says on the top, through activities and adventures. And her slogan that she had come up was, honor the fallen by living. And that's what it's about for her and surviving veterans out there. And what a great organization. Waypoint Vets, about 7 before the hour. Let's get back to the calls, and let me check in with Wally, I believe they're in West Palm. Hello, Wally.
Hey, Steve. Give me a second, man. You caught me with my mouth full.
Uh-oh. What's on the menu this late night hour? 2 o'clock in the morning. What are we chowing down on? Is that White Castles?
No, I don't have no White Castles down here. It's popcorn.
Oh, okay. Well, what's happening, Wally?
Nothing much, man. I just been hearing you've been talking about me.
It's all good.
I know it is. I've seen it.
There you go.
I tried to call in, and I got interrupted in the middle of my phone call with you. Before I could get it, I got interrupted by my boss because they had some problems. Not where I work, but
okay.
So they reassigned me a place for a day or two. And so by the time I got back to the show, Horse Feather was gone. But no, everything was said there was okay, man. I don't have no problem with it. And I'm kind of lost for this because I don't care how much money that I gave. That wasn't the issue. I just, the issue was, or why or whatever, but I felt like I've known Horse Feathers for a while, and I know that he's been doing this for a while. And when he first started this, I could not help. I didn't have the financial wherewithal to help.
Yeah.
And so God's been good to me for the last 10 years. And I finally was able to do something, and I was able to do it. And I'm trying to do it graciously and whatever. And I know it ain't really about him, and it's about the kids. But I thought, well, if I'm going to give a little bit, and I sent him a text message. I said, well, when I was talking about giving him by check, I was going to be able to get it to by whatever. But I happened to lucky enough to get a credit card, 0 interest for a year. I thought, okay, well, I can have this paid off in a year, no problem. So that's what happened. So I still gave until it hurt, and so it's not going to cost me any extra money anyway. But I just wanted to help him get some more of that money from hot shot secret.
the matching funds, yes, absolutely, yeah.
Well, matching funds. If I'm going to do this, I might as well get as much of their money as I can, and that's what I told Horse Feathers in the text. And excuse me. And we texted each other after. I'd already texted him. I didn't tell him how much. Well, I guess I don't know whether I did or not. I can't remember. But I just, but that was it. I really wanted him to get further up in line because I know he's got that old Peterbilt he's proud of because he's worked on it on himself. And to give the kids a ride or whatever during that convoy.
Yep.
And I just wanted to help him out to keep further advancing. And I'd appreciate everybody who can just donate whatever they can. I'm not asking for a large donation for him or whatever, but just to help him out and let him keep going what he's doing because it's really for a good cause.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm going to say on that, And I mean, he's got a story behind the reason why he's doing it, and that's okay, and it's a good one. So, and then I know it ain't about him, but I could donate to Make-A-Wish anywhere. I mean, it wasn't even 5 seconds. They was already emailing me from Phoenix and from the national thing to donate to them.
About that. Everybody got their hand out, huh?
Yeah. So it ain't happening this month,
Right.
But I just wanted to help people out, so I get to help him help people. So that's all. I don't know what else to say, Steve. I'm fixing to go down a rabbit hole somewhere, and I ain't going to get out.
I know Horse Feathers was just, he was very pleased with the donation. I mean, I didn't tell anybody. I didn't talk to Ed and mention it on the air or anything, but when he sent me the message, I said, did he accidentally hit an extra number when he entered that in, like a little more than he anticipated? And he said, I don't know, and I don't know if I should ask him if he meant to do that or whatever, but all I know is it was very greatly appreciated.
Yeah, and I know he's did. But when I was sitting here looking at him through the YouTube video, because he was there, was that Friday morning? Yeah. And or Thursday morning. I can't remember.
He was there all week. He was there all weekend. He's there Thursday, Friday, Saturday. He was there all weekend.
Yeah, but see, but he was there the first day, and that's when he was talking about this.
Okay.
So it had to be Thursday, because I can't remember who in hell. Anyway, the point was that I'd talked to him earlier the day before, and I told him, I said, no, it's not a mistake. I said I was going to try and figure out how I was going to give him till it hurt. But I'm not hurting. I'm not going to allow myself to get hurt. Steve, there's one point in my life where I didn't have, the old saying, never had two nickels to rub together.
Mm-hmm, sure.
Well, there was one point in my life I never had two pennies to rub together, and so in that donation to that, it just is my appreciation that I can help somebody else, because people had helped me through the times when I needed it, but it wasn't, it ain't the government, and I didn't have a lot of opportunities I had through the years. I blew because I was stupid and ignorant, and I was doing things I shouldn't have been doing.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
now, that being said,
you call it.
I ain't going to go deep in my life.
It's the pay it forward thing. That's what you're kind of describing. The pay it forward. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I can't help the people that help me because they don't need any help. And so I'll help somebody who desperately can't help themselves, and kids can't help themselves.
And the Make-A-Wish is just the organization to do that. Well, Wally, again, it was greatly appreciated. I'm not going to share the numbers because I know you wanted to just keep that kind of quiet, but thank you much. We got to get our news break, though. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
President Biden says when he went off script Saturday during his address in Poland, he was expressing moral outrage. Still, he does not take back what he has said, that Russian President Vladimir Putin cannot remain in power.
This is just stating a simple fact that this kind of behavior is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable.
It's officially called the Parents' Rights in Education Bill, but opponents have dubbed it the Don't Say Gay Bill. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed the bill into law, forbidding sexual orientation and gender identity from being taught in kindergarten through third grade. Despite widespread criticism of the law, DeSantis says parents have a right to a role in their child's education.
I don't care what corporate media outlets say. I don't care what Hollywood says. I don't care what big corporations say.
This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95, and of course half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
Emergency officials in Pennsylvania say a snow squall that reduced visibility is a factor in a multi-vehicle wreck in the northeastern part of the state. Trooper David Bohm with Pennsylvania State Police says first responders in Schuylkill County are working together at the scene.
There's multiple agencies, fire companies. This is a big effort here to get all this fire out. There's no hydrants up here, so they have to bring water up here.
At least 3 people were killed and more than a dozen are hurt. At least 40 vehicles, including multiple tractor trailers, are involved. Actor Will Smith is apologizing to Chris Rock for taking the Oscar stakes Sunday to slap the comedian after a joke at the expense of his wife, fellow actor Jada Pinkett Smith, who suffers from alopecia. On Instagram, Smith said that he was out of line and that his actions are not indicative of the man he wants to be. Smith won an award for Best Actor this year for his role in the movie King Richard. Wall Street closed in the green on Monday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol voted unanimously to hold former Trump advisors Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino in contempt of Congress. Both men have refused to comply with subpoenas issued by the committee. The recommendation of criminal charges now goes to the full House, where the Democratic majority will likely approve. China has begun its most extensive COVID-19 lockdown in 2 years. Officials there will conduct mass testing and address a growing outbreak in Shanghai as part of its zero COVID strategy. The citywide lockdown is expected to be conducted in 2 phases. The financial district will be locked down through Friday, while a vast part of its downtown area will start a 5-day lockdown on Friday. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, better known as MIT, says it will reinstate standardized testing requirements. The school in a statement said it made the decision due to the availability of COVID-19 vaccine and an increase in students taking tests in schools. Standardized tests were initially suspended at MIT due to pandemic concerns. Wall Street closed higher on Monday, though the price of crude oil fell sharply as China started to lock down Shanghai due to a growing COVID outbreak. Shanghai is the country's largest city and financial center. The Dow was up 95 points. The Nasdaq was up 186. The S&P 500 gained 32. All of the major indexes are down for the year to date. Listen to us anytime. Our website is usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, again, we had a handful of glitches. Overall, modern technology. One thing I couldn't pull up was my email there on Thursday. Tried, it wouldn't open. Yeah, lo and behold, Friday, all of a sudden, hey, the email opened up. I had to load everything from Wednesday, Thursday, and half the day Friday. Cue Ball, I didn't even get your email till I was doing show prep this evening. And he had sent that to me, I guess, on Thursday evening. To which he says, Steve, sadly, due to family obligations, I can't make it to the show. I have a friend of mine and fellow trucking YouTuber, guy by the name of Tim Gentry, Gentry and Sons Trucking on YouTube, that's at the show. He actually has a much larger following than I do, he says. And Q-Ball's got a big following. He said, I'd like to send him your way so maybe you could cross-promote the channels. I don't know if you want to do that or not. Well, yeah, I would have loved to. So I'm sending you this email for your blessing and an introduction. Enjoy the show. That's Q-Ball. All right, yeah, like I said, Q-Ball didn't get that. I wish you would have been able to come by. I would have been happy to sit him down and chat a little bit, but Gentry and Sons Trucking on YouTube, so check it out. I got another email from Carl, who's a contributor via email, typically, again, by the way. Hey, Steve, we ran into a 3G issue with the phone last week. It's a Samsung Galaxy S8 or 9 phone that should still be operating after 3G shut down. But the phone was not set up properly. Apparently, Samsung told us to contact the carrier and ask for a free phone via their agreement with the carrier to replace these. This is not true for a phone that is too old to operate on 4G. It's only possible for a newer Samsung that should be able to operate on 4G or higher, he says. I got my fingers crossed that this works out. Yeah, we've been talking about that off and on for, well, literally well over a year now. But yes, the whole ending of the 3G thing has actually begun. Let me see, I had the update. Because this is affecting truckers that use the smartphone for their ELD device, with the 3G wireless across the country going offline. The rising concern is the functionality of your ELD. Fortunately, if you're among those that happens to lose service due to the 3G sunset, there are procedures in place to keep you on the road in the event of an ELD malfunction, drivers have an 8-day window to repair or replace the non-working unit, during which time you are required to maintain a paper record of duty status. Within the first 5 days, an extension can be filed for if more time is needed to replace the ELD. Yeah, there's a website there for extension request. ELD-extension at DOT.gov, or you can contact the FMCSA division administrator in the state the principal place of business is maintained. But according to the FMCSA website, the email would need to complain if you're asking for this, the name, address, telephone number of the carrier representative who files the request, the make, model, serial number of each ELD, the date and location of each ELD malfunction as reported by the driver to the carrier, then a concise statement describing what actions you're taking to make a good faith effort to repair, replace, or service that ELD unit, including why the carrier needs additional time beyond the 8 days provided by this section. Once an extension has been filed, the FMCSA will provide a written letter with their decision. Drivers may continue to operate provided a manual record of duty status is being completed. If all the criteria has been met, though, drivers will be deemed in compliance until the FMCSA makes a determination regarding the extension request or exemption request. The determination made by the FMCSA will be a final agency action, meaning you will not have an opportunity to appeal. Whatever they say, first time around, take it, leave it. That's what you're going to get. Now, you've got the AT&T was the first that has already taken their 3G down, February 22nd. Yeah, Sprint, in parentheses, T-Mobile, will be ending on the 31st. A couple of days. Then you've got the Sprint LTE that gets switched off June the 30th. T-Mobile, July 1. Verizon, December 31st of this year. The sunset of the 3G devices. I bet there's a lot of drivers out there that have no clue. Am I on a 3G, 4G? They don't even know what they're operating in many cases. But let's get back to the calls here this morning. Let's see. Is Eagle on the line, I believe?
Yeah. I don't know what came up on your computer. Yeah. Did it say anything on the computer who it was?
It says, hey, I'm sitting down, Google check. It says whatever that means.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that came up. I got a couple things I want to talk about, Steve. First of all, is this traffic accident that happened in Pennsylvania today. I've been caught on that road before, 81, because it's basically on top of a mountain. When you're going up in that area, it gets real foggy, and you can't see anything. I mean, I went through there a couple of years ago, and fog was so thick that you couldn't. I had to pull over to the side of the road and just stop. I couldn't even drive. These people on TV, they wasn't so lucky. They just kept on running into each other. They can't see. I don't know if you've seen the video of this accident, but horrible. It's pretty bad. I'm surprised more. They I don't know what the total death is. They claim it was 3, but I don't know. I think it might go up a little bit higher than that, I believe. Some of those cars caught on fire. It wouldn't surprise me if more people end up dying in the situation. A real bad deal. Like I said, you can't drive in fog. There's nothing you really can do. If you pull over to the side of the road, somebody might run into you. So you're in a bad situation when it comes to driving in fog, especially when it pops up out of nowhere. But, like I say, but the hard thing, it's hard to believe that it's still snowing right now. considering it was damn near 85 degrees where I'm at right now today. So I believe that other people are dealing with snow and stuff. It's a bad deal. I thought it was about over with, coming in April. But you never know what's going to happen in April. You could have a snowstorm, or you could just have a lot of rain, like you was talking about earlier. April's real crazy. And then they have a lot of tornadoes, too. They had a real bad tornado hit last week when you was at the truck show.
Mm-hmm.
I think they said in Louisiana got hit hard. There was another place that got hit by a tornado. So, yeah, this is tornado season coming up, too. So you got to be real careful now, when you're out there driving trucks and stuff. So it's a bad time of the year when, like you said, when you got the cold and hot air mixing together. That's what causes these type of storms. But yeah, Steve, some real interesting information has taken place over the last week or so since you had went to the truck show concerning Joe Biden. Concerning Joe Biden, Steve. This guy here putting us in a very dangerous situation. This man, apparently, his dementia is getting to be so bad now, Steve, that he's contradicting what he say. One day, 2 days ago, he said that Vladimir Putin could no longer continue on as president of Russia. And then, some people was thinking that, regime change. And the next day he comes and said, no, he didn't say that. That he didn't say that Putin needed to be removed from power. Like I say, one slip of the tongue can cause some serious problems when you're dealing with a dangerous man like Putin. Joe Biden, his dementia is putting us, the United States, in a very bad situation. But like you said, Steve, we've talked about this over and over and over. The alternative is even worse, and that's the sad part about it. The vice president is not. That's bad when your own people don't want to have nothing to do with you, Steve. It's the own Democratic Party. They don't even want to have nothing to do with Kamala. They know that she's going to be. If she ever was to be president, it would be a total disaster. We're in a bad situation. It's so sad now, Steve. Joe Biden, when he stands up on the podium, the other nations just look at Biden and just laugh. You can't help but laugh at the guy. If you was from another country, it's really bad. But guess what, Steve? I was in Georgia on Saturday night, and I had no idea what was going on. I saw a little car, and I was wondering where all these damn cars was headed in Georgia. I was on my way to South Carolina. I was wondering where all this traffic was going. I'm like, what the hell is going on? It shouldn't be like this on a Saturday rolling through Georgia.
Yeah.
And guess what? I pulled into a truck stop into a town called Sommers, Georgia, up close to Athens, Georgia, on Interstate 85. And guess who was in town Saturday night? Good old Donald Trump. Donald Trump was in Sommers, Georgia, holding a rally. And I didn't even know about it. The media don't even announce the man's rallies because they know that the guy, and he still pulled in a standing room only crowd. And half the people don't even know that this man was holding a rally in Georgia on Saturday night. I was inside the truck stop and I overheard somebody talking. They said, that's the reason why there's so much traffic out here today, because all these people were making their way to the Trump rally. So I tuned in on my radio. They got a special channel that you have to listen to called Right Side Broadcasting. You put this application on your cell phone and you press the button and it'll automatically take you to the Donald Trump rally. So I listened to this man on Saturday night, Steve, and this is what a real president sounds like, brother. Donald Trump, he talked about everything from Joe Biden to Russia, to the high gas prices. He talked about it all. And when you know what happened was, Steve, when you added it all up, guess who would have been the best man on the job right now between Trump and Joe Biden? Wonder who that man would be if I wonder if things would be like this right now if Trump was still in the White House. Donald Trump, he did it all on the line. You should have heard what he said about Joe Biden. Everything he said about the man was true. And just the programming notes, Steve, for all those people out there. Donald Trump will be holding another rally. I forgot what state they claim this man is going to be in, but it's going to be not this Saturday, but the following Saturday. And I advise anybody to tune in and listen to what Trump has to say, Steve, because he can't just officially come out and say that he's running for president, but he's already basically put his name on the table of trying to make America great again. And like I told you so many times before, Steve, when it comes to Joe Biden and the Democrats, I'm asking anybody that's listening to me tonight, I dare you to call in. Name me one time that Joe Biden has said since he's been president or while he was running for president that he wanted to make America great again and that he wanted to put America back on top and make America number one like it was and should be. And I bet you can't find, any of your listeners can't find one audio of Joe Biden saying he want to make America great again. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Hey, it's good to be back in the bunker. Good to hear from Eagle there. And thank you much for checking in. There you go. All right. 50th anniversary celebration at the Mid-America Truck Show. Of course, first year where they have now created the Wall of Fame. Something like 27 inductees in the first round. I have no idea how many nominations were submitted, but I did find the full list here. Some names I recognize, other names I do not recognize, but hey, we'll share that with you coming up. First, a 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, I wanted to throw this one out there as we were broadcasting live from Louisville. Had one couple that came by and just handed a card to me. And since we were having technical difficulties off and on, they may or may not. I mentioned it there at the show, but I wanted to mention it again in case they missed it. Front of the card, keep on trucking. Steve, thank you for all you do. You and your wife enjoy a meal on us. Sincerely, Mike and Susan Fritz from Fritz Trucking Incorporated. Obviously, I'm guessing I maybe help some of them pass the night when they're driving. Thank you so much. A gift card for a steak dinner. Thank you so much. We will enjoy that. All right, 2022 Mid-America Truck Show Wall of Fame honorees. These are those who were actually inducted into the Wall of Fame. First time around here. It was a no-brainer when you say, well, Paul K. Young was nominated. Well, yeah, he's the one that founded. He started 50 years ago. The Mid-America Truck Show just had an idea. Let's get some folks. I think Toby said there was about 800 people, something like that, that attended, just a handful of booths set up there and whatnot, and to what it's grown into today. Jim Johnston, one of the founders of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. Dale, the Truck and Bozo Sommers, along with Bill Mack and Dave Neiman. The big three, the legends. At least in my lifetime of trucking, there were obviously a number of other trucking radio announcers over the years. But, Mira Lisa, otherwise known as Yo-Yo Worley. I'm not real familiar with her. Paul Abelson, longtime writer, contributor to Landline Magazine and OOIDA. Let me just go down here. Bud Fuqua, Bob Spooner, Ellen Voya with Women in Trucking, creator, founder of Women in Trucking. Todd Spencer, who is now president and of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. There's Ingrid Brown, a.k.a. Half Pint. Clessy Lyle Cummins, I presume, the guy that created Cummins engine. Eric, Big E. Sieben, Brian, the Boss Man Martin, Keith Foster, Chuck Kemner, Jimmy Artis, a.k.a. the Monkey Gouger, how about that? Dr. John McGilliot, Steve Sturgis, Susie D. Ritter, by the notice, Highway Hank Good, Joyce Brenny, Alan Koenig, Johnny Bryan Hunt. I guess that's J.B. Hunt, right? Johnny Bryan Hunt, J.B. Hunt. The American Truck Historical Society founding chapter. And Jerry Howard. There's your list of honorees from the first edition of the Mid-America Truck Show Wall of Fame. Congratulations to all the inductees. And we'll get back to your calls. First, got to get a quick news update. I'm sorry, folks, hanging in there. It's a busy morning, right? Everybody saying, welcome back, welcome back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
No regrets. However, President Biden did clarify that his remarks from Saturday that his Russian counterpart cannot remain in power was his personal opinion and not an official policy calling for a regime change in Russia.
I was expressing the moral outrage that I feel, and I make no apologies for it.
Biden made the remarks during his address in Poland as he was rallying support for Ukraine. Meantime, Ukrainian forces have claimed to have retaken a suburb of Kyiv and an eastern town from Russian forces. It comes ahead of talks to be held in Istanbul. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said his country is prepared to declare its neutrality and is open to compromise on the fate of the Donbas region. Wall Street closed higher on Monday, though the price of crude oil fell sharply. The Dow was up 95 points, the Nasdaq was up 186 points, the S&P 500 gained 32. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Catching up after 5 days on the road, right? What do you say, Heat Wave? Hi there. Thanks for checking in while we were there in Louisville.
Hey, good morning, senor. It was indeed an honor and a pleasure to do so. You know, I've really got to work on my deliveries whenever I start telling jokes. I've got the uncounted number of boos on my Facebook for them jokes. Even after I talked to a few people, it took a little bit for one of them to sink in, and that's all that old boy could think of was that damn monkey in the taxi cab. Oh, I swear. Hey, I missed out on the weather reports. Can you look and see what Interstate 80 through Wyoming looks like? Because we're heading to Salt Lake City from Tracy, you know. Actually, I'm in Salt Lake City. Dadgummit. I am so tired I can't even think straight. We're going to Denver, and I'm in the Utah right now, taking 80. And you have the report on that, if everything's okay on 80 right now through Wyoming?
Everything is good right now. You know, it's going to change maybe like later today because you're going to see some snow.
Okay.
As I'm zooming in right now,
all right, well,
pulling over. You say you're in Salt Lake City right now?
Yeah, we're close to it, yeah.
Okay. I mean, there right now there is a lot of rain. Western Colorado, eastern Utah. There's actually another batch closer to Salt Lake City, just to the east of Salt Lake City. And I guess it depends on elevation. There is a little bit of snow in the higher elevations as well.
Well, as long as we can get there before the shish kebab hits the fan, I think we'll be all right. So that's good. That's good. Okay. Well, I heard Red Mule earlier talking about what he didn't really want to talk about. So the slap seen and heard around the world.
Right.
That was amongst two black men and a black woman. So those three were involved. Now, could you imagine if the comedian was white and said that? Imagine all the cries of racist, 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 foul, foul, foul. You know, and let's say the victim was white and the comedian was black.
Yeah.
Oh, well, they would have just had to swallow their pride and just, carry on. But Will Smith did show me anyways. I don't know if it was apparent to anyone else, especially those that listen to the show, but we've got a gentleman on here that always says whenever you disagree with him or you catch him in a flip-flop, don't have my name come out of your mouth. And I'm glad he said it that way instead of the way Will Smith said it. But it seems to be a cultural thing to me. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying to me. Maybe that's just the way that they the folks express themselves if they're really upset with you. So, but it don't bother me none because I'll say Eagle's name anytime I darn well please. So, Eagle, good to hear from you. Don't make it personal, man. Just keep it on the up and up. So, anyways, yeah, it's been an interesting last couple of days. I know my son had a birthday on Sunday. And my granddaughter, her birthday was, I think, on the 25th or the 26th. So I appreciate all those that were on the Facebook feed giving my son a lot of love on his birthday there.
There you go.
So yeah, I thought you did pretty good with all the difficulties you had on there. And was it that same part that was giving you problems earlier on that morning? Was that the same thing that crapped that on you again, or what?
Friday, it was the YouTube and Facebook worked, but it was the app that was having difficulties, and apparently Josh figured out that I had something opened in the secret bunker here that was streaming, and you can't have it opened in two places at the same time, so he had to get in and shut it down here, so everything worked great on that. Then on Friday, Saturday, I think Saturday had something to do more or less with our equipment. I don't know if it was the Rode or if it was the Stream Deck or what it was, but it kept losing the microphone feed.
Well, I mean, after I got off the phone with you, I had to go into the yard, and we had to drop our trailers, and then we had our own issues to deal with. So by the time I got back to the show, it said it was already over, and I thought, well, that's the hazards of being on the road. But yeah, no, we've been busy, living by the phone. I'm still fighting the IRS trying to get my $4,200 back that they said I owed them for a stimulus that I never received. And unfortunately, H&R Block really isn't helping out a whole lot, even though they said they would. I guess they got to a certain point where they said they can't do anymore. So I guess I'm going to have to go through my paperwork, find that 800 number, and start screaming like millions of other Americans that got robbed. And, you know, it's the only damn system that I know of, government, that condemns you and steals from you, and then it takes forever in the day to figure out how to file a complaint, and then it may take years to get the money back with no interest. Whereas with them, if you owe them money, then they just put the interest like hell on you. So, well, it was interesting to see that the Ukrainian president was scheduled to be on the that drama queen show, Oscars, and then I guess either he pulled out, or he just couldn't do it. And then they had was it Mila Kunis, or whatever her name is?
Yep.
Married to Ashton Kutcher.
Correct.
Yeah, she gets up there and she says everything but the name of the people that she's talking about. Now, I don't know why they do this. I mean, Will Smith gets up there and apologizes to everybody except for the man he physically assaulted that we all seen, either live or on the replay. You know, and then this woman whose country is getting the hell blown out of it, and she can't come up with the name of the country. She doesn't mention it. And it's supposed to be inferred that we all know the country she's talking about. I think it would have been more to the point and zeroed in if she would have said, you know, my country of Ukraine is being invaded by an aggressor that had no reason to invade. And some people out here are forgetting that anytime Russia makes a demand, well, you need to stop doing this, you need to stop doing that, and you don't need to be part of this, telling this to Ukraine, people are forgetting that Russia is the aggressor here, not Ukraine. You know, why the world hasn't come together and said, you know what, this is bad. I understand that they don't. Russia doesn't acknowledge, nor does the U.S. acknowledge the world courts, I guess. But I mean, there's got to be some mechanism out there that will, state, hey, we have the ultimate authority to come in when you screw up something fierce like this, an invasion for no reason. Hand over your leader, and if he ain't the one that's doing it, then hand over whoever it is, or have the right to go in and just physically pick up the person and take him to jail. I know it's probably a fantasy of mine to see that happen, but I mean, how else are we going to control despots of the world? And Putin is definitely someone that needs to be dealt with. I mean, hell, even the own people that are tight within his circle are scared of the man, and they'll say the most stupidest damn things just to gain favor, to make sure that their head's on their shoulders for another day. You did hear about that one Russian politician that said all the medals that were won by other countries need to be given to the Russians. In addition to saying that, well, we need to get Alaska back in that port in California.
Right.
I mean, yeah, that's going to be a cold day in hell before that happens. But I mean, that's how crazy this man is, and you know, the craziness exudes from him to everyone else. So, you know, and if I could, to be bluntly honest with everybody, if I could afford to, or if someone would sponsor me, I would go join the foreign army, so to speak, in Ukraine, fighting for the Ukrainian people. I mean, how does someone not feel sympathy and anger at an aggression towards a people that already gave up their nuclear stockpile for a broken promise that the Democrats made to them back in the 90s, saying, hey, if you're ever invaded, we will come to your aid. And we kind of, you know, we're not getting there for some reason. Well, we don't want to start World War III. Well, what the hell do you think this is over there?
Yeah.
You know, there's people suffering, dying, and it's not age discriminate. Everybody's getting hurt or killed. You know, everybody is suffering over there. When will you know, Eagle's right. If Trump was in office, this crap would not be going on, because Trump was also, you know, he was very unpredictable. But that's what you need in office. You need a businessman that can make these decisions and knows how to work these. I mean, Trump's got the playbook out there. You know, I can't even remember the name of the book, you know, but I mean, he has his book out there and tells you exactly how he, you know, has these plans. Something happens, he's already got a plan for this, or he has a counter plan for that. You know, The Art of a Deal, I believe that's what the book is called. You know, if anyone with a half mind can read that and understand, you know, the blue collar words coming out of a white collar mouth, I mean, it's right there. And you don't need a politician, because as you can see, as we all seen, they're kind of wishy-washy, flip-flopping, like Romney over this Supreme Court nominee, you know, telling his counterparts, hey, we need to be nicer to her. Well, you know, Romney, the hell with you. You know, there's going to be a time where you're going to be coming up for another re-election, and I'm sure the people here in the Mormon state are not going to be that damn stupid to bring somebody up who himself can't figure out if he's a male or a female, because he's not a biologist.
Well,
my God, have you ever heard such trite
Supreme Court nominee that cannot define a woman? Yes, I'm not a biologist. That was incredible. Yeah, that was the story that was on our news brief all day, Thursday or Friday, whichever it was. But heat wave, good to hear from you, brother. I got to get a quick 2-minute timeout. Back with more of your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, about 18 before the hour. Who we got coming up here? Gilligan, Rambler on the line, Double R. Morning, Double R.
Morning, Steve. How you doing, brother?
I survived. I survived the big show.
Yeah, you were busy. So it was good seeing Snuffy and Granny and Horse Feathers and Wanda and all them, and you and Sis. I really enjoyed it. It was nice meeting Kyle for a change, and we done work for him, and I wanted to, meet the guy. Real quick, Steve, if I may, I just want to tell Horse Feathers he needs to call Dean Michaels down in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
We owed the IRS $11,000, and we were going through H&R Block. Well, we paid H&R Block $372 in case we ever got audited. Well, they never stood behind it, and that's when we went to Dean Michaels, and the man is good, and he's got a good name. We got a check in the mail from him for $6,500. That was our money that we paid down on the to the IRS, and still got another check coming in. The man's good. You need to call him.
Yeah, that was
I wouldn't tell you this.
Yep, that was Heatwave talking about his tax deal. I was going to say, yeah, call Dean Michael. That's the one you need to be working with anyway. Okay. I mean, H&R Block, they're not, contrary to what they might try to tell you, they're not up to speed with what's going on, filing taxes or anything for the trucking community. I mean, realistically, they hire in a bunch of people on any given year. They go through a quick training course, and they just go by the manual, the automatic. Same thing if you went through to try to fill out your own taxes.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. So, he's going to be our go-to guy every year, so I highly recommend him to Heatwave and anybody else, and hey, did you happen to read where NATO has got Russia completely surrounded? Not just one country, many countries that are involved in NATO, and I guess they're just sitting there idling, waiting on the switch to get pulled. And from my understanding, the United States has got Russian Navy surrounded in the Black Sea.
Yeah. I mean, it's the message they're trying to. The message to Russia is, the whole NATO alliance. Ukraine is not a NATO member. They have not triggered Article 5, whatever. But the minute that something happens with, say, Poland, for instance, you look out, Vladimir. Right. You're going to be biting off a hell of a lot more than you plan on chewing.
Absolutely. So, yeah, we're on our way down here to Fort Benning, Georgia. I've got to guess the military is going to try to go electric on vehicles, and I don't see how that's going to out of work, but we got to pick up some prototypes and run them over to Fort Bragg, North Carolina. So that's what I've been out here doing. So anyhow, I never did get that text from you, Steve. Are you there?
I'm trying to think what was it I was sending you?
We're supposed to send me a text on what time to meet you at the motel on Sunday. That's why I never showed up.
Oh.
You don't remember that? I told you when you called me Saturday night, send me a text and let me know what time. You told me you were going to sleep in. I said, yeah, by all means, you know, and you said checkout was 11 o'clock, so never got the text, so I figured everything was
Oh,
cool.
Lord. Yeah, well, we'd been down at the Blue Horse Saloon there for a few hours, and
it's all good, brother. I know. So, but no, I got all the information that you and I spoke about, and give Sis a call later on today and give it to her.
That'll be good.
So, yeah. Anyhow, I know you're up on the top of the hour of your news. I'll go ahead and get off here, and I'm out here listening. You have a wonderful morning, and I'm real glad you survived your 6-day work week, and we'll stay in touch with you, brother.
It was good to see you. Thank you for stopping by, and yeah, it was good to get you on the air there, chatting a little bit about some of those cars that they've delivered to celebrities and whatnot over the years. So, all right, yeah, we are top of the hour. Oh, look at there. Does that look like we're rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast? It sure appears that way. Heading up on 3 o'clock Eastern time. Great to have you on board. Back live in the secret bunker after the big weekend Mid-America Truck Show. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
President Biden doubling down on what he said Saturday that Russian President Vladimir Putin cannot remain in power. But he offers a clarification that it was his personal opinion and that he does not take back what he has said.
This is just stating a simple fact that this kind of behavior is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable.
Biden adds he was expressing personal outrage at Putin and does not expect things to escalate between the U.S. and Russia. It's officially called the Parents' Rights in Education Bill, but opponents have dubbed it the Don't Say Gay Bill. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed the bill into law. It forbids sexual orientation and gender identity from being taught in kindergarten through 3rd grade. Despite widespread criticism of the law, DeSantis says parents have a right to a role in their child's education. Wall Street closed higher on Monday, though crude oil prices fell. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Alaroot, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. But he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
Emergency officials in Pennsylvania say a snow squall that reduced visibility is a factor in a multi-vehicle wreck in the northeastern part of the state. Trooper David Bohm with Pennsylvania State Police says first responders in Schuylkill County are working together at the scene.
There's multiple agencies, fire companies. This is a big effort here to get all this fire out. There's no hydrants up here, so they have to bring water up here.
At least 3 people were killed and more than a dozen are hurt. At least 40 vehicles, including multiple tractor trailers, are involved. The House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol voted unanimously to hold former Trump advisors Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino in contempt of Congress. Both men have refused to comply with subpoenas issued by the committee. The recommendation of criminal charges now goes to the full House, where the Democratic majority will likely sign off. The major indexes on Wall Street closed higher on Monday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Actor Will Smith is apologizing to Chris Rock for taking the Oscar stage Sunday to slap the comedian after a joke about his wife, fellow actor Jada Pinkett Smith. On Instagram, Smith said he was out of line and that his actions are, quote, not indicative of the man I want to be. Smith won the award for Best Actor for his portrayal of Richard Williams in the movie King Richard, the story based on the father of tennis stars Venus and Serena Williams. Smith also apologized to the Academy, which opened a formal inquiry, and the Williams family. For folks wondering when will American astronauts touch the lunar surface again, USA Radio's Tim Berg has an answer.
During Monday's 2022 State of NASA address from the Kennedy Space Center, Administrator Bill Nelson says your wondering days are almost over.
That day is coming soon because not long from now, right out there on pad 39B, 8.8 million pounds of thrust will propel an uncrewed Artemis 1 into the heavens.
And then Nelson said Artemis will carry a crew to the moon and onto Mars by 2040. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
An MGM-52 Lance missile and an M752 launcher have sat outside of the old Athens High School in Alabama for decades. The News Courier reports that those items are now being given to the Alabama Veterans Museum and Archives. News anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Hey, one of our friends we did not get to see at the Mid-America Truck Show is Big Ed. He's still recuperating after his fall about, a week and a half ago. But he did indeed have some excitement over the weekend. I thought he might call in about that tonight, but I guess he snoozed about 12 hours ago. He posted, I tell you, I'm getting too old for the excitement I went through last night. Talk about sitting on the edge of your seat, holding your breath, and then a huge electrical release, energy, more than my heart wants to deal with. Got home about 12:30 a.m., tried to go to sleep. That wasn't happening. Finally, about 5 a.m., I did manage to go to sleep. I even tried listening to Steve Sommers, but it was a playback. So that didn't do any good. But here's the scoop. To watch a young lady reach the mountaintop of her goal was just phenomenal. To know everything she went through trying to get to that point last night, I have to confess, my own emotions were crazy. To know someone who had every chance to get lost in life's craziness in this age of all about me and to hell with you and what have you done for me lately is a step away from insanity to the reality of what life should be. Hard work, determination, self-understanding, and who you are as a human being. It's a rare treat to witness, like this young lady that gives God the glory for her successful endeavors. I thank God I get the privilege of this young lady calling me uncle. I could tell you so many obstacles this young lady faced, but that's a story for another time. All I want to say is thank you, Ashley Earhart, for allowing this old man to witness your transformation. Yes, I will break a leg to come watch you on the national stage. You've reached the stars. Now it's time to shine. One last piece of advice as you start a new journey. Don't get lost in that self-serving crowd in Hollywood. They have nothing to offer but that debacle that we witnessed on television last night. Anyway, God bless you. I love you, Uncle Edward. And what he's referring to is his niece, who's been in various beauty pageants and whatnot over the years. But I guess there on Sunday night, she became Miss Oklahoma, USA. Which, if I understand correctly, once you're Miss whatever state you are, that puts her on the stage to possibly become Miss USA. But there you go. He shared some photographs there, and congratulations. All right, that's pretty exciting. I'm guessing he got to actually be there to watch her on stage there in Oklahoma Sunday night. And let me get back to the calls here. Gilligan, what's going on this morning? Missed you in Louisville, Gilligan.
Oh, yeah, I wish I could have been, Steve. Well, a little bit of an update on what's going on with me. I actually went to a foot specialist today, and I have a ligament, a pulled ligament in my heel.
Okay.
My ankle is back in my heel, and yes, I'm still hobbling, but it is healing. It goes literally on the very back part of the heel. Where most people think the pulled ligaments is on the side over on the ankles. Mine's my heel. I've actually had pulled ligaments in my ankle on that same foot in '99 when I was cold flatbed. I had a bar slip out, and I twisted that ankle up literally. Those who get cold flatbed, they know how that goes. The bone spur, he gave me some medication for it, so hopefully that'll resolve the bone spur. So, appreciate everybody's prayers, well wishes. I mean, it laid me up pretty good. It's very disappointing that I wasn't able to come to Louisville.
Right.
There's no way I could have been able to do the walking. It was, I love the men, big moose, hillbilly checks, monkey gouger, all you guys. I just couldn't make it this year. I tell you, I'm going to do everything I can to be there next year, especially to meet you, some of the other cartoon characters. He was talking about Big Wreck, of course, having a lot of moose in the snow up there in Pennsylvania. Eagle is correct. That is on top of the mountain up there. That area used to have nothing. I mean, there was nothing around there for miles. And in the last 15 years or so, there's been several warehouses. There's actually a Walmart distribution center up just a few miles up the road, the very next section. He's correct. That is starting there just above the 104, all the way to Hazleton up to 148. It's extremely foggy. It's amazing how bad the weather gets up in those mountains. Horse Feathers can attest to this. Horse Feathers mentioned a detour to run up 15 up to 86, which used to be New York 17. I'm going to mention something else, depending on where you're going. But you run up 11, which 11 and 15 run together just north of Harrisburg, north of 81. Going in up, and where 11 and 15 split, and 11 goes across the Susquehanna. It comes out in Milton, PA, right there at I-80. You can take I-80 east, take it over to 81, and go back on up. You know, it's an ideal station. Somebody's going to Binghamton, the Scranton area, and all that. I mean, it's a ways out of your way, but if they haven't got it cleaned up yet, from the videos I've seen in the hotel's window, you got it cleaned up. That's a horrible mess. Also, I don't know whether you sell this or not, I posted this, that West Virginia Maryland line there on I-81, that bridge there was a solid sheet of price. Also, Paul Potomac, how his horse feathers are being spent before, they don't understand how they pronounce it Potomac. It looks to me like the Potomac, but then again, Maryland to me looks like it should be pronounced Maryland. Well, Steve, I'm going to try to call back in a little bit, give my major announcement. This product, the GMA Enterprises, is introducing will outsell the Cicada Cookbook. I tell you what, we believe this product just might outsell Hollywood spinsters. This is a great product that has been developed by Cat Mom. It'll help you with your COVID restrictions. I'll try to call in later, or I'll get in later in the week and make the announcement.
All right. Yeah. In other words, you had so much time to think over the weekend, you had to come up with a new brilliant idea. Is that what you're telling me? Ah, yes, indeed. Well, there's the Rambler checking in. How was your weekend, Rambler?
Well, praise God, Steve. My weekend was wonderful. It felt great down there in God's country in the port city of Mobile, Alabama, and I know you had a great weekend too. I had no audio difficulties whenever I called in to you, and it was a pleasure to talk to you over there at the truck show. And I heard Little Rambler called in also, so I know you had a good time. And Steve, I'm really glad someone gave you that gift card for that free steak, because I tell you what, the poor princess, when's the last time you have splurged and besides buying her White Castles or McDonald's and took her to a steak dinner? And now you get to do it absolutely free. You old cheapskate. God's children, I'm talking to a man that wouldn't even spring an extra couple of dollars to put cheese on White Castle. So I know you're going to take full advantage of that. But I know Gilligan is going to call in later on, but here he's got another announcement. I want to make this announcement for him. Gilligan has been blissfully married now for 7 years. Yesterday made Gilligan and Mary Ann's 7-year anniversary. And I have word that Pinky and its husband gave them an all-expense paid trip to the Gay Fest down there in Key West, Florida. Now, I don't know what two heterosexuals would be going down there to a Gay Fest, but anyway, they bought them a ticket, and I know Gilligan and Mary Ann would be happy to go down there and experience all the fun and festivities. But I wish they wouldn't go. They would just say politely, decline. But anyways, you mentioned the Wall of Fame, and they got me thinking about my father, Dirty Diapers.
Yeah.
I like to know who I would have to contact or email or whatever. I may never get on there. I'm proud that Monkey Gouger got on there. I'm really proud your dad got on there. My father gave his life to this industry. He literally gave his life. The only reason my father isn't out here now is because cancer decided that he couldn't drive no more. Like I said, Dirty Diapers, before God called him home on August 22nd, 2021, he was still actively trying to drive. I mean, even with cancer, the pain was just too much. And I would love to know who I would have to get, to get him on that Wall of Fame. I believe, and I know I'm being biased, I believe my father, who was in this industry since 1984 and literally gave his life to it, is well deserved to be on that Wall of Fame. And I would love to try and get Dirty Diapers before God calls me home out of this world, to be able to get my father on that wall. But kudos to everybody who made it, everything like that. Steve, you're just as worthy as anybody else to be on there, because since 1996 you've been very dedicated to the trucking industry. And I know you had to overcome some obstacles, like folks telling you that you're supposed to have low locks for tankers and all that kind of good stuff. But man, you have made it. You made it entertaining. And I tell you, brother, I had a hard time getting on here tonight, and it made me smile doing so, because that's what I like to hear. I've been hoping and praying that every time I call this show, I hear a busy signal. And Steve, I believe this truck show was a shot in the arm that our show needed. And you know what shocked me more? Can you guess that? You know what really shocked me?
What's that?
That Granny and Snuffy are still alive. They were farting dust 20 years ago when I met them. But they were driving for that company, the Great Pumpkin Patch out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. Last time I saw them. Now, did he have his beard dyed red, white, and blue?
No, they didn't dress up. Not in costume anymore. Granny said that they've outgrown their costumes, if you know what I mean. But
and I take it they don't drive no more, right?
They are still driving. They're still rolling. Yeah.
My God, like I said, they were farting dust whenever I met them years ago.
Yep.
Up there in years. And I know they have to be, both of them. I know Snuffy has to be pushing 80, or he's probably over 80 now and still driving. But, he has a very unique talent, and something that he taught me how to do. And whenever I'm booked to preach at another church, I have a set of spoons I bring with me. And Snuffy actually has a rare talent. He is an old mountain man. He can play the spoons like anybody. He's just very talented when it comes to playing the spoons. And he taught me how to do it. And that's one of the things that I do if I'm booked to preach somewhere. Some pastor wants me to come on in and preach. I'll bring my spoons. If they have a band, I'll sit in with them and do my little deal. But it's good to know that they're still out and about. Good to know that Maverick's still with us, and Good Ranch, and all the old timers and everything like that. But before I get off here, man, I want to say that we brought a good message this past Sunday at the Turbine Ministries Church. If you missed it, go back and watch. You know, this ain't to promote myself, it's just to promote the gospel, because God's children, if you ain't figured out by now that God's about to wrap this thing up, then you need to start doing some figuring. You need to start getting in the Word of God and reading where He's going to do it. I'll start you off Matthew chapter 24. Start reading there. If you want to see just how close we are to that last trump of God and the voice of the archangel, and them dead in Christ shall rise first, and them that which remain shall be called up to the air with Christ to be with Him forever. That's about to happen, God's children. So get ready, because it's right around the corner. But I want you to know something before I get off here. Steve, I want you to know it. And all you listeners out there, I want you to know it too. This old boy that's on this rough, I don't know if you can hear the background noise, I mean rough Louisiana road, back road, heading over here to Booty, Louisiana. I say this with all sincerity, that this old boy loves you. You may not have had anybody tell you lately. You may be in the cab of a truck. You may be in a nursing home. You may be in your house by yourself, feeling lonely, that nobody cares about you. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, there are 4 people that care. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost, and old Brother Rambler. We care for you. And God's children, I want to say that I love you. And remember this, love just not a 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and He does, I know I can love you, and I do. And Steve, man, I want to say that I love you, my dear friend. And I'm glad you had a great truck show. I believe this is a shot in the arm. And I'm glad, to be hearing busy signals every time I'm calling, because that's what we need. But I love you, my old friend. I love you, God's children. I'll shout at you later. Country Bumpkin, hello. Brother Cat Mom, hello. Eskimo Mom, Brain Dead, Dingbat, all y'all. I love you. God bless. We'll shout at you later. Bye.
Bye. All right. Thank you, Rambler. Good to hear from you. All right. Quick 2-minute timeout. I got an email from Pappy here first. Under the heading True Hillbilly. Steve, you've seen a true hillbilly when they got their toolbox in the back of their pick-em-up truck filled with ice and beer. That's a real Southern gentleman. You ran into a couple of hillbillies there over the weekend. Yes, you did. Well, when your handle's Hillbilly Tex, that fits the bill. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You know, the experts are kind of wondering, how is it possible when you get a group of people together, all of whom have been fully vaccinated, all of whom have a negative, not a home test, but the real deal, COVID test, within 48 hours of getting together? How do they come down with COVID? Passengers and crew on a Princess Cruises ship that arrived in San Francisco this past day, or actually on Sunday, have tested positive for COVID. According to the cruise line, the Ruby Princess was returning from a 15-day trip to the Panama Canal. The cruise line said infected passengers and crews were either asymptomatic or had mild symptoms. Those affected were isolated and quarantined while monitored and cared for by the shipboard medical team. They didn't say how many tested positive or when they tested positive during the trip. All guests and crew on the ship were vaccinated. Of course, Princess Cruises requires passengers to show a negative COVID test and proof of vaccination to board the ship. Guests who tested positive and had not completed the isolation period will be returning home by private transportation or be provided accommodations ashore to hotels that are coordinated in advance for the isolation and quarantine period. Earlier this year, Public Health Agency, the CDC, lifted pandemic rules for cruise lines, kind of shifting their guidance to voluntary recommendations, masks, testing, vaccine requirements. Carnival Cruise Lines, Norwegian Cruise Lines, Royal Caribbean, which together represent more than a dozen brands, told the Washington Post in February that they would take part in the voluntary program. Princess Cruises, of course, is a part of Carnival Corporation. Fully vaccinated, tested negative. I don't know. How does it get on there? And with that, we'll get our news break. See, it looks like we got Big Sexy coming out. And would that be, I think, what's his name? Horse Feather's going to be checking in. We'll get to Chris in Florida. And on we roll into a Tuesday morning. Almost said Monday, Tuesday. Hope you had a good weekend. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
No regrets. However, President Biden did clarify that his remarks from Saturday that his Russian counterpart cannot remain in power was his personal opinion and not an official policy calling for a regime change in Russia.
I was expressing the moral outrage that I feel, and I make no apologies for it.
Biden made the remarks during his address in Poland as he was rallying support for Ukraine. Meantime, Ukrainian forces have claimed to have retaken a suburb of Kyiv and an eastern town from Russian forces. It comes ahead of talks to be held in Istanbul. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said his country is prepared to declare its neutrality and is open to compromise on the fate of the Donbas region. Wall Street closed higher on Monday, though the price of crude oil fell sharply. The Dow was up 95 points, the Nasdaq was up 186 points, the S&P 500 gained 32. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490.
That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, the secret bunker back in place. After an exciting 3 days of broadcasting live from Louisville, that was fun. A little different, but I made it. Heads up, Virginia Department of Transportation asking drivers to prepare for the closure of a truck parking or truck parking facilities at a rest area starting in April. Starting 7 a.m. April 4, the Interstate 95 southbound Ladysmith Safety Rest Area near the mile marker 108 will be closed to parking for trucks, trailers, buses, and other oversized vehicles during the time that trucks are not permitted to park. Construction will begin to expand the number of parking spaces for trucks and other large commercial vehicles from the current 20 to 45 spaces. The truck parking area will temporarily reopen for the Easter holiday weekend, the 15th through the 18th, and close again the 19th through the 29th. Virginia DOT reminds drivers that trucks and other commercial vehicles will not be able to access or park along the I-95 shoulder or rest area ramps during construction. During construction, the rest area's 55 parking spaces for passenger vehicles will remain open. Restrooms and other amenities will also remain open during that construction period. All right, what else did we have in the mix here? Oh, yeah, here we go. From Texas, transportation officials warning drivers it could take several weeks to even maybe months to repair major structural damage to a bridge that was caused by a truck mishap. Now, going back to Friday morning in downtown Wichita Falls, Texas, according to the DOT, an 18-wheeler that was hauling a wind turbine or a wind turbine component lost its cargo on northbound I-44 on top of the 6th Street overpass. They didn't give information on why the component fell off the trailer, but the incident caused what they describe as massive structural damage to the bridge deck, including sizable holes. We're working on an emergency contract to repair the damage and restore traffic to its original configuration, but this could take several weeks, possibly months, to finish. I'm not going to pass all the information. There's a number of detours and whatnot. Yeah. Things that'll be inaccessible during all that repair period. You can go to the Texas DOT website, I guess, to get all that information. But a couple of issues there impacting your travels out there on the highways and byways. Hey, what's happening, Big Sexy?
Not a lot. Before I get into everything, what you were just talking about reminded me, I seen a story up here the other day. You remember when we had the I-40 Fernando de Soto Bridge go down over at Memphis? The talk for a third bridge is now picking up traction in both states. TDOT and RDOT are both agreeing to work together, and it looks like that may happen this time.
Okay.
Provided they get the funding for it, a third bridge, because we're on a major fault line, and if one or both of them go down, can you imagine what that would do to the commerce? That I-40 is a major interstate route.
Yep, no doubt.
On the show, did you ever get Saturday lined out?
Technically, we were only off about 20 minutes when we first started at 10, and then about, I don't know, hour and a half later, the mics went down, and we were only off about 20 minutes. But apparently, I guess like the YouTube feed, and I'm not sure about Facebook. Yeah, my mom said that I think she was trying to watch YouTube, and she said it didn't come on till after 2:00 in the afternoon or something.
Yeah, well, I was on there with you, and then Heatwave come on after I did. And then after that, YouTube went down, and after about an hour and a half or so of looking at we were experiencing technical difficulties, I gave up on it and went ahead and started watching some ball games and stuff. But I never did see the rest of it. So technically, did you actually work 5 days, or was it 4.5?
Well, like I said, we were only down 20 minutes, and we were working on it. So I believe the app had come back, but again, it's just for whatever reason the YouTube feeds and the Facebook feed, I think, didn't come back when we came back on.
Okay. I was going to give you a hard time about that. I thought, after I gave him a hard time about it right there at the first of the show, and then he said he was taking off Monday to make up for it. Then the whole thing went down on Saturday. So
you jinxed us. Your fault.
I thought that was kind of funny, You're only this is going to be the first Friday of the month. Is Chris going to be on Friday?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, he is slated to be on this Friday. You're right. I forgot about that.
Okay. I think I need to talk to him Friday. Since he's off Monday, you need to work another Saturday.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
I probably won't get on Friday now, will I?
If I remember, I'll make sure
you'll keep me
I'll
on.
make sure your ass holds for 5 hours.
We're expecting some bad weather through here Wednesday evening.
Yep, round 2, right on the heels of last week. You are correct.
Yeah. So, if it gets bad during this time, I'll try to give you a first-hand report on it. But
okay,
that's all I got for tonight. I don't have anything else. I'm just gonna give you a hard time about having technical difficulties after I gave you a hard time about it. But you have a good one, and I'll sit back and listen to the rest of the show.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in. You have a good morning out there. And what are we looking at? About 17 before the hour. And what do you say? Hold the front door and the back door. Man, you're busy tonight. Hey, so you've been getting a busy signal, have you?
Yeah, Your Honor. Yeah, you've been having the phone bank all booked right up there. You gotta pay extra to get that withdrawal to sneak in there this morning. So anyways, hey, another quick road report for you. It looks like if you're trying to come down the 95 side of the Capitol Beltway, the east side of the Capitol Beltway to go from Maryland into Virginia, they got some backup on the Woodrow Wilson Bridge getting across the Potomac River there. And so maybe a little easier if you go down the other side, run the 495 side down through Virginia, stay with the 495 only. Don't go with the 495-95.
Okay.
And say go down the west side and don't be going near the Woodrow Wilson Bridge on the inner loop. So anyways, I guess we gotta start out there with the big thanks to the whole lubrication specialties hot shot secret team there, starting with Chris and Kyle and Diesel Don, and of course I'd met both of them last year there at the racetracks there when we got to sit around and do a lot of conversing, because I don't know what the deal was. Kyle invites me to these races, and all it does is rain. I don't see what the fun of drag racing is if you just go there and get rained on and wet and all that. And I'd still got to see what the excitement is about that straight line racing there. I ain't figured it out yet.
Yeah.
But then we also had we had Trey there and Mindy, and am I missing anybody there from the Hot Shot Secret side there? So it was good to meet all them. And thanks to everybody that stayed back there in Mount Gilead and held down that fort and made it all possible for the whole big show to go on. And, of course, we got that other place there, that other booth we had there going on. There's that overnight drive radio.
Yeah, about that.
There. Boy, I tell
Yeah.
you, what a sight that was there. So thanks to that Mr. Steve Sommers and his wife, Lisa, and her friend there. What's she running by now for a handle? She's the Georgia Peach, isn't she? I believe.
Georgia Peach, yeah, right.
So it's good to do that. And you mentioned some double R about breakfast there. Didn't you pick up a pizza there or something there in the evening? Did you eat your pizza for breakfast there Sunday morning?
No, it was pretty good. We ate that evening. I should have gave you a few slices to take with you because we didn't eat it all, and nobody wanted to eat it after it sat there all night.
All right. Well, I wasn't sure how that whole deal was working there. So, but you did look like you had a pretty good sized pizza pie in that big box there to carry out with you. So I was kind of wondering how that whole deal would work. But anyways, there. Oh, so I don't know if it's going to happen or not, and I don't know. Mr. Grabelchik there, he he might be lowering that matching funding to the Make-A-Wish. I'm not sure there, but when I was mentioning people there while I was walking around handing out business cards and that, and a few of the people I'd talked to said that they were those people that like to sit off there on the back there and don't call in. You know, they knew who you were, knew what the show was, but you know, they just sit out there and listen and enjoy the show. And I said, well, there's a couple choices you could do there. And I said, if you like to call in, you know, if you mention there, you know, you're a first time caller, you get that option of getting that $60 coupon code there for your sampling of the Hot Shot secret products. And I said, you know, you can always mention horse feathers when you do that, whether there's too much horse feathers or not enough horse feathers or what you'd like to do with that. And so I'm not sure. People might still be calling in there at some point, trying to be first time callers just to mention something about horse feathers. And I'm not sure which way it's going to go. So I don't know. I guess we'll have to start a poll or something there and see where all that's supposed to end up at. But anyways, now in all seriousness there, I do appreciate Wally's call there. And as I say, I didn't want to expand too far on it, figuring he was going to come in, but it, as you say, it's all for the kids and all a good thing. And anyways, so I guess one more thing in the entertainment world, and I don't know when is the deal of these firsts going to come to an end? When are we going to run out of first, Your Honor? Because I did see that there was another performer there that mentioned that she was the first queer black woman to receive whatever award she was given. Are we ever going to run out of these firsts that every time you turn around, somebody's got to, nobody can just be satisfied with just getting the award. They have to get it for being the first of something.
First of everything.
When are we going to run out of? And if there isn't something there, they got to make something up to make it. It's just unreal. So, but anyways, and I guess every now and then we mentioned a little bit about some local news. They still got that ship there, that Evergreen ship. That's the sister one to that one that was stuck out in the Suez Canal.
Yes, it's still stuck.
They still got that. It's still stuck in the Chesapeake Bay, Your Honor, and they're making a big attempt. They've been dredging around the ship with some of the largest dredging equipment in the world to try to get the mud away from the ship. And they're going to hook it up to 5 tugboats, and they're going to try to pull it with 3. They got 2 pulling from the one side, 2 on the other side pushing, and 1 from the back pulling. And they're going to try to get it dislodged today. And if they can't get it back out in the channel by doing that, they're going to have to do more dredging. And then they're going to make another attempt sometime next week. And they're going to add a couple stationary barges anchored, and then another tugboat in the pulling process from the rear. And I don't know what the whole deal is, and then they said if they can't accomplish it with doing all that, they're going to have to start offloading containers. And it's somewhere in the original report I heard about that ship. That ship only has about half of the containers are loaded. The other half of the containers are going back empty. So I don't know how much they're really supposed to carry for weight and that. But that ship is really only just a little bit over half full, if you consider just the weight of the containers, the empty containers, that you wouldn't think that ship was really weighted down that heavy enough to, really get itself into a mess like that. But I guess once you get sucked into the mud there, I know when you walk out in mud with boots there and you get your feet stuck in the mud with the boots on, you go to walk away and your boots stay in the mud and your feet come out and you step down the next step with your socks in the mud. It's just, I guess that's kind of the same situation there, isn't it? But anyways there, so I hope all's good, and I hope Chris didn't mind me mentioning to everybody to make sure when they got the call in there to make sure they reminded you that they were a first-time caller there for all that. And,
there you go.
But
you always trying to give his money away, aren't you?
I'm just anything to increase your audience and maybe some audience participation there, right?
There you go.
So So anyways, we need some fresh blood in here and bring in some new views and keep the show going and keep you from having a little bit of phone lag there every now and then, and that, what do they call that there? The loneliest hour, I think Knuckle Buster calls that there. So anyways, with all that nonsense there, we'll let you get back to doing your job there and playing radio and all that, and we'll keep going this way and you go that way, and we'll see where we end up at the other end of the morning, right?
All right. Hey, and thank you for all your help actually tearing down the booth and everything. Horse Feathers he was out there, out and about, just like Moose and Monkey Gouger were out there trying to drum up some interviews, telling people to get over there and talk to Steve Sommers. He was doing that same for me. Let's see. NASCAR highlights. What do we have? Yeah, Ryan, thanks for sending this my way. NASCAR visited the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, for a scheduled 68 laps around the 20-turn circuit road course. Daniel Suarez held off Ryan Blaney and Alex Bowman to win Stage 1. It was Denny Hamlin who picked up his first stage win of the season, winning Stage 2. The overtime, green, white, checkered, will have everyone talking for quite a while. Tyler Reddick led Ross Chastain to the first turn, but a slight bump in the favored line through the S turns gave Chastain the lead. On the final lap, A.J. Allmendinger caught Chastain going into turn 12. Allmendinger would give Chastain a bump going through turn 16 and moves Chastain wide. Coming to turn 19, Bowman got to the outside of Allmendinger with Chastain pushing Allmendinger, getting him loose and into Bowman before spinning out into the gravel. Ross Chastain would go on to win his first NASCAR career win and give Team Trackhouse their first win as well. Alex Bowman finished second, followed by Christopher Bell, Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick finishing fifth. Formula One was in Saudi Arabia this weekend, and despite attacks on a nearby oil storage facility Friday that could actually be seen during practice, the F1 organizers insisted the race go on. Now, after not finishing last week, Max Verstappen stood on the top step of the podium, edging out Charles Leclerc in the final laps, and Carlos Sainz finished third. If you notice, I don't know my names when it comes to Formula One racers. I have no clue. But Philip, got you coming up right after this 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk.
Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we did get an opportunity to hear from Philip a time or two as we were live in Louisville. During the middle of the afternoon, no less. Hey, Philip, what's going on this morning?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
I survived. Hey, back in the secret bunker. How about you?
Me too. Real quick, I want to talk about this just real quickly, and it's a story that I've been hearing on Euro News. And if you get a chance, if you could check it out, it's all over Euro News. They're talking about, I guess there was one of the Russian oligarchs, and I'm probably going to mess his name up. His name was Abramovich, and two other dignitaries from Ukraine that were negotiating about the war had got poisoned. Had you heard anything about that?
Yeah. Got choked up there. Yeah, they're saying either they were either poisoned, or they're saying that may have been like microwave radiation or something.
I don't know. I'm hearing it. It's a lot on the Euro News channel. I watch that channel for all the news about Ukraine, and they're saying a lot about that on there too as well, Steve. And then also, Steve, Florida has been in the news here lately. Yesterday with our governor signing the bill into law. I'm not going to really comment about that bill. I just will say that parents need to take care of their children. That's all I need to say about that. But have you heard about the incident with the young man falling off of the ride down here?
Yes, I actually saw the video of that. I don't know. They're saying he technically shouldn't have been on the ride, if I understand. He was over the weight recommendation and whatnot.
Yes, sir. If you want to check it out, Local 6 down here ran a story on it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The investigators, the inspectors from the agricultural folks who investigate the rides down here, they investigated it. They said by the operator's manual, the young man weighed too much to be on the ride.
Correct.
The ride requires you to be 286 pounds at the most. He weighed 320 pounds. He should not have been on the ride because of his weight. And that was from the inspectors that inspected the ride from the state of Florida. So their Local 6 down here has run a lot of it. The operator actually said Friday that as long as you fit in the seat, you could go up in the thing. So I think that gentleman didn't do his research before he got on camera and talked about it. But yeah, so that I don't think that bar got pulled down enough, and it just released him in the G forces.
Yep.
Nature. I mean, he was against the law of physics. So, but that's pretty much all I got today, bud. And I appreciate you having me on Saturday. I got to play my steel a little bit there on the air. I don't know how much of it came out, but I had a little bit there. But I have to get with Big Moose and work on something for y'all guys.
All right. Well, thank you much. All right. Yeah, he's talking about, it was a 14-year-old, as a matter of fact. The investigation out this accident. Yeah, the manual for operating the ride, the instructions. Yeah, for the ride operator. Be careful when seen if large guests fit into the seats. Check that they fit within the contours of the seat and the bracket fits properly. If this is not so, do not let this person ride. And that was actually in big, bold print in the manual. Do not let this person ride. There's a similar line for small riders, although the concern in ensuring that a rider cannot slide out of the seat, the minimum height requirement would be roughly 4 feet. There was no minimum weight restriction, but there was a maximum weight restriction. Roughly 286 pounds, according to the online conversion. The 14-year-old who came out of the ride was 6 foot 5 inches tall, weighed 340 pounds. In other words, big boy, 14 years old. If true, that means He exceeded the maximum weight requirement by 54 pounds. Other restrictions in the manual include ensuring riders are in good physical and mental condition, specifically not under the influence of drugs or alcohol, do not have heart or back health concerns. This young Tyre Sampson was in Orlando for a football program, according to his dad, with another family from Missouri. They went to Icon Park last Thursday to have some fun. But this particular ride was the free fall ride, billed as the tallest drop tower in the world, according to the park's website, which has since removed the webpage from the site. Standing at 430 feet, it takes passengers to the top, briefly tilts riders forward. Then it's a free fall, 400 feet, reaching 75 miles per hour. Then, of course, then the brakes come on, and that's, in this case, it was coming down. When the brakes hit, the boy didn't stop. Out he goes, and, it's that landing that didn't go well. Splat. All right, we'll return for our final hour after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian forces say they have reclaimed some small areas ahead of peace talks between Ukraine and Russia taking place in Istanbul. Officials claim to have retaken a suburb of the capital, Kyiv, and a town in the eastern part of the country. The mayor of the suburb, which has been the site of some of the heaviest fighting, said his city has been liberated from Russian troops. Meanwhile, in Washington, President Biden is standing by what he said Saturday during an address in Poland when he said that Russian President Vladimir Putin cannot remain in power. In clarifying his comments, Biden doesn't expect his remark to escalate the conflict.
The last thing I want to do is engage in a land war or a nuclear war with Russia. That's not part of it. I was expressing my outrage at the behavior of this man.
On Wall Street Monday, the Dow closed up 95 points, the Nasdaq up 186, the S&P 500 gained 32. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
It's been dubbed the Don't Say Gay bill by opponents, but that's not the official name of the Florida legislation.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis has signed into law the Parents' Rights in Education bill. The new law prevents subjects such as sexual orientation and gender identity from being taught in kindergarten through third grade. At a press conference, Governor DeSantis says it also allows parents to be more informed about sensitive subjects being taught in their children's classrooms. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
China has begun its most extensive COVID-19 lockdown in 2 years. Officials there will conduct mass testing and address a growing outbreak in Shanghai as part of its zero COVID strategy. The citywide lockdown is expected to be conducted in 2 phases. The financial district will be locked down through Friday, while a vast part of its downtown area will start a 5-day lockdown on Friday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
At least 3 people were killed and more than a dozen were hurt as several vehicles crashed into each other during a snow squall in Pennsylvania. It happened on Interstate 81 in Schuylkill County. That's in the northeastern part of the Commonwealth. Emergency officials believe the squall clouded visibility and likely contributed to the crash. At least 40 vehicles were involved, including multiple tractor trailers. A conviction is prompting one Congress member to leave office.
Nebraska Republican Representative Jeff Fortenberry, who was convicted of lying to FBI investigators about an illegal $30,000 contribution to his 2016 re-election campaign, will be resigning from Congress. Federal law prohibits foreign nationals from donating
to comedian Chris Rock for slapping him Sunday during the 94th Annual Academy Awards. He took offense to Rock's joke at the expense of his wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, who suffers from alopecia, which causes hair to fall out. This year's Oscar winner for Best Actor said he was out of line and that his actions are, quote, not indicative of the man I want to be. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, also known as MIT, says it will reinstate standardized testing requirements. The school said in a statement that it made the decision due to the availability of COVID-19 vaccine and an increase in students taking tests in schools. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
The green flag waves in Orangeburg. It's suddenly Canadian versus Carolinian in minis. And Region 6 enters its home stretch. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. NTPA Championship Pulling returned to the Atlantic Coast over the weekend for the Orangeburg Truck and Tractor Pull at the South Carolina Multiplex in Nessus. The pull was presented by the Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association and featured 3 national divisions: Super Farm tractors, supercharged two-wheel drive trucks, and supercharged modified minis in 2 sessions. Several Mid-Florida state classes also appeared. In Super Farm, past Region 4 champion Daniel McDonald and his Bad Boy International from Red Springs, North Carolina, were victorious on Friday night, while 2019 Grand National champion John Silsby and his Crop Doctor IH from Union City, Michigan, took the win on Saturday night. The Red Mule of Daniel's cousin Caitlin finished second both nights to establish a championship point standings tie in the McDonald family, with Daniel holding the tiebreaker based on that one win. They'll settle the Region 6 title in a couple of weeks in Green Cove Springs, Florida, at the Clay County Fair Pull on Saturday and Sunday, April 9th and 10th. Details are at ntpapull.com. Also heading to Clay County for a shot at a title and a berth in the All-Star Invitational Enderley Pull-Off in September were the Two-Wheel Drives, who are continuing a series begun in Ocala, Florida in January. Friday's class saw Archie Bennett of Waycross, Georgia, cruise to a 371-foot distance aboard Nuttin Special for Bennett's first national win. Ocala winner Jimmy Johnson's Carolina Charger was second a yard back, but catastrophe struck Johnson on Saturday as he drove out of bounds and was disqualified to plummet in the standings. Meanwhile, Bennett held on for second place to lead the points entering Green Cove Springs. The Saturday winner was the Wild and Blue of Buck Tipton of Union Bridge, Maryland. And the 2,000-pound, 3,000-horsepower modified minis put on their usual edgy performance, with Thetford, Ontario's David Lacey claiming his 3rd W of the season in the opener. Lacey's Triple Play Unchained took the top spot on Friday this time after Team Tractor Double or Nothing led the way in both hooks in January. Cody Singletary's Carolina Night Train from Tar Heel, North Carolina, beat out Lacey for the Saturday win and now trails Unchained by a single point in the championship race. While we have a moment, the NTPA congratulates Lubrication Specialties Incorporated of Mount Gilead, Ohio, the manufacturer of Hot Shot Secret, on their 25th anniversary of operations. Hot Shot Secret, the official fuel additive of the NTPA, was named the association's 2021 Manufacturer of the Year in December, and we could not be prouder of our corporate partnership. Don't forget, in less than 2 weeks, the NTPA returns to the Sunshine State for the second time in 3 months. The Clay County Fair Truck and Tractor Pull in Green Cove Springs features 3 national classes competing on Saturday night and Sunday afternoon, April 9th and 10th. Visit ntpapull.com for more information on this and all national and member state events. Spring is here and summer is not so far off, so begin planning your trip to one or several of nearly 100 NTPA championship pulling events in 2022. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you, John Dunlap. Yes, and when all was said and done, we did not get into, we did not go to the truck and tractor pulls there in Louisville Saturday night. I was really kind of, looking forward to it. The way things worked out when the show ended at 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon. Obviously had a lot of work to do and tearing down the booth and things of that nature. Had already gone 5 hours without a smoke. And what we discovered going to the concert Friday, the Clay Walker concert. I don't know why they've got these rules about no re-entry on ticketed events. In other words, you're not allowed to smoke in the arena. You are not offered an opportunity to go out the door in a designated smoking area, which every venue I've ever damn been to, ball games, football, baseball, other concerts, there's a designated area where you can go out the door, smoke, and come back in the venue. They don't offer that. So, here I was Friday night at the Clay Walker concert. And I opened the door, stepped out, got a few puffs. I held the door open so it didn't close. And as I'm coming back in, did you just come in from outside? I said, well, I was holding the door to smoke a cigarette. Well, now you can't come back in. And I said, well, I've got another ticket in my pocket. And she scans it and says, I said, I've got one more after that. She said, well, then you've got one more cigarette. I said, good golly, people just... So I said, I didn't want to go into I wouldn't have had extra tickets in my pocket for the truck and tractor pulls, and I hadn't smoked all day. I said, hell with it. I was tired to begin with. Princess had been on her, obviously been on her feet all day. And we didn't even have a chance to get back over to the hotel to kind of refresh and whatnot. So we said, we'll do it another time. So we just went over to the hotel and we were having dinner. I went outside for a smoke. Now, we stayed at the, Crown Plaza. It used to be the Executive Inn West, which is directly across from the main entrance to the exhibition center there. And it's got to be somewhere between, a quarter, half mile from the front entrance to Freedom Hall over to where we were at the hotel. And I'm standing out there smoking a cigarette. I could actually hear and almost feel the rumble of some of those tractors pulling inside that venue. It must have been so loud in there. It's the kind of thing where you got to put your fingers in your ears when they make a pull for some of the big, probably the super modifieds or whatever. But I think they had a pretty good crowd there, though, for the truck and tractor pulls on Saturday night. Meanwhile, it wasn't all fun and games there at the truck show. There's obviously a number of informative education sessions and things of that nature. The FMCSA had representatives there. A couple of separate presentations they put on. The FMCSA and the Department of Labor using the Mid-America Truck Show to inform drivers and carriers about some of their latest programs. Specifically, they used their 2 one-hour sessions on Friday to discuss issues like detention time, and they explained the new entry-level driver training program, as well as the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse and the 90-day Trucking Apprenticeship Challenge. The FMCSA also took the opportunity to thank drivers for all they do to keep America's economy moving. While we're here to share information with you during this session, I want you to know that every minute we've been here up to this point has been about listening in said the acting administrator, Robin Hutchin. We are hearing directly from you, the drivers. I want to say you are an essential workforce. We know that. For everything you do for this country, I thank you. The FMCSA's executive director and chief safety officer, Jack Van Steenberg, noting truck drivers' efforts throughout the COVID pandemic. Let's be realistic, folks, he says. You're the ones that got us through this pandemic. I'm not saying we're out of it now, but you're the ones operating state to state, getting us through this pandemic and delivering all those goods and services that we need to use every day. So again, they talked about detention time and compensation, the entry-level driver training program, the whole apprenticeship thing. The Department of Labor kind of spent the second hour Friday discussing that 90-day trucking apprenticeship challenge, which is aimed at recruiting and eventually retaining more drivers. According to the group Fastport, 94% of new truck driver apprentices remain at their employer after their apprenticeship has ended. So some of the topics of discussion there at the Mid-America Truck Show. Well, let's get back to, well, there's Knucklebuster. What's happening this morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. You should have just went to that Keeper Souther concert, and then you wouldn't have had to worry about stepping outside and smoke a cigarette, because they allow people to do that, and they come right on back in there, right?
Uh-huh.
They was even drinking whiskey and wine and all that good stuff there. So, well, let's get all this whole stuff down the road here there. I got news. If that new Madrid fault has an earthquake on it, like it did the last time, I can promise you, I don't care how many bridges they build there in Memphis, there ain't going to be none of them left standing there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got a horse peddler. He's doing that Make-A-Wish thing, right?
That is correct, yeah, the Mother's Day convoy.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I sent you an email on Red Lobster. If you go to Red Lobster, you can, if you spend $40 and then donate $5 to Make-A-Wish, they'll give you a gift card for $10 off your next $40 purchase all the way up to May, sometime in May. I forgot what the date was there. So that's a pretty good deal. You donate $5 and they give you $10, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, Knucklebuster doesn't love you like Jesus does, because Knucklebuster ain't going to give his life up for you. So you better just stick with Jesus loving you there. See, Jesus told the woman at the well in John chapter 4 that if you drink the water he gives you, then you'll never thirst again. And that's what goes back to John chapter 2, where Jesus turned water into wine there. You'll fill your vessel with the living water, which is Jesus Christ. He'll turn that water into wine, which is joy for your life. And that's all my preaching for this morning there. Well, my daddy started driving in 1953, and he gave his life for his family, not for trucking. He didn't care much about trucking. I don't care much about trucking either. So, but I like what Big Ed said. He's all about his family, and we have crystals down south. See, not what's that, White Castle? Yeah. You should have told Double R that when he was talking about that check, they holler for an audio check on CB radio. I tell them the check's in the mail, it's a day late and $1 short there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, well, they do the, what's that guy's name? Philip, get down there. He can do that cannonball run now, because they found a cannonball from the 1700s on the beach down there in Florida. So that might be up his alley there. I don't know. I got news for Will Smith and Chris Rock. They're both a couple of wimps. Because I guarantee you, somebody make Tennessee the brunt of a joke, I'm going to do like Hank Williams Jr. I'm going to use his head for a mop and his butt for a broom, and give him an attitude adjustment there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I saw that movie Every Which Way But Loose there. See, the best actor in that was that Clyde the orangutan. I went back and watched that old movie.
Right turn, Clyde.
Yeah. That's it. Stuck that finger up there just like he knew how to do it there.
Yep.
You know, he killed that, the trainer killed that one monkey there because he stole a donut off of the table there. And we're halfway home, or a third of the way home there. The Senate has fully passed a daylight saving time bill. But now we got to get the House and Joe Biden to agree to it all there. I played this Wordle game. I had the CATE was the last of it there. And it told me, I put in the word defecate, and it said that word is not in our list. Well, I thought, ain't that a crock of Sam, Houston Institute of Technology there? Because the word they was looking for was delicate, and I ain't never had a delicate defecation. Mine's always a little on the roof. But it's played by the New York Times, so I wasn't too, I think their opinions are a bunch of Sam Houston Institute of Technology, too. So this guy for The Nation magazine, Eli, he spells his name E-L-I-E, Mistel. He says the Constitution is not good and actually trash. So I got news for him. He needs to go throw himself in the garbage can there. All right. Well, let's finish all this old stuff up here with, I got news for you, Steve. I got it on good authority. One of your callers, and it ain't a woman, likes wearing them thong panties. And I won't say who it is on the on the air. I ain't gonna embarrass nobody. All right, let's keep Steve Summers Overnight Drive Radio going down the road. Buy some Hot Shot Secret products like Fiction Eliminator and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Buy some Overnight Drive products. Oh, yeah, don't forget to put that Overnight Drive in the checkout box to get you 10% discount there. Buy you a baseball cap, travel mug, T-shirt, and you'll be looking spiffy. And that's all of my bull-loney for today, Steve.
Bull-loney. Hey, I think we did pretty good. I haven't seen the actual numbers, but Princess and Wanda were actually working the booth. They're selling the shirts and the hats and the mugs, and sold quite a few of them over the weekend. If you weren't able to make it into the show there in Louisville, you can get yours at overnightdriveradio.com. Click on shop. And so, and once again, let me mention, we did mention it earlier, but for those who may not have been with us in the early hours this morning, the winner chicken dinner from Bostrom and National Seating there in Louisville. Of course, we got the thank you this morning via YouTube from Stacy Hoskins, who was the winner of the National Seating Corsair seat. I don't know if Mike Brunetti's up and at him this morning. He came down with something. He was under the weather and left the show on Friday, so he wasn't there Saturday. I don't know if he was planning to be there Saturday anyway, but he had nearly lost his voice and wasn't feeling well. But, hey, we did get to meet Stacy. We took some pictures with her as well. And of her with the winning seat. She and her husband run, I don't know the name of their company. He is a cattle hauler. So he's hauling the cattle. They've got 2 trucks. She kind of runs the biz. He drives the truck, makes the money, and they said one of their trucks was in dire need of a new seat. So they were so grateful. I said, what a great way to end their 3 days there at the show. Winner of the Bostrom Seating Pro Ride seat, which was also from registrants there at the show, Stephanie Nolt, N-O-L-T, Stephanie Nolt. Of course, we had been registering winners for several weeks, knowing not everyone would be able to make it there into Louisville. And the winner of the online registration from overnightdriveradio.com contest page, which was the Bostrom seating, Bostrom wide ride plus Serta seat that I had the privilege of sitting in all 3 days, Caitlin Reinhart. So thank you once again to Mike Brunetti, Bostrom, and National Seating. And aside from Stephanie and her husband taking their winning seat with them, the other two, they've taken them back to the headquarters there in Mount Gilead. They will be getting contact information and shipping those seats out to the respective winners. Congratulations, and thanks to all. Let me see, a couple minutes before we hit news break. We'll just hold off on that 2-minute timeout. What are we looking at here? Hey, one other promotion that started here a few days ago goes to the end of the month. So much talk about various fundraising efforts. It was great once again to get an opportunity to meet Sarah Lee, who actually made the trek in from down in Nashville to join us for a few hours there on Friday morning or Friday midday. And Hotshot Secret announcing, of course, a year of fundraising activity designed to support Battle Scarred Motorsports. Battle Scarred Motorsports, formerly known as USMC Racing, is a charity that assists disabled service members and first responders with what they call adrenaline therapy through racing opportunities on the track and in the pits. The fundraising activity is structured to provide opportunities for matching donations throughout the year. But you can help as well. Right now, through March 31st, Hotshot Secret is donating $2 to Battle Scarred Motorsports for every bottle of Gasoline Extreme that's purchased on their website. For the first 1,000 bottles, so that's a potential donation of $2,000. Now, during this event, not only will they be giving $2 from every bottle sold, but they're also giving you $2 off as well. So you can help Hotshot Secret support our military and first responders through Battle Scarred Motorsports. Just go to hotshotsecret.com and keep in mind as well the valid point that the Gasoline Extreme is only available through the website right now, not in retailers. So for the everyday automobile drivers out there, hotshotsecret.com. And you know what? If you enter Overnight Drive, the coupon code at checkout, I think you'll still get another 10% off your order. I mean, doing what we can to help you save. Our number, 844-844-3388. News break time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
President Biden doubling down on what he said Saturday that Russian President Vladimir Putin cannot remain in power. But he offers a clarification that it was his personal opinion and that he does not take back what he has said.
This is just stating a simple fact that this kind of behavior is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable.
Biden adds he was expressing personal outrage at Putin and does not expect things to escalate between the U.S. and Russia. It's officially called the Parents' Rights in Education Bill, but opponents have dubbed it the Don't Say Gay Bill. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed the bill into law. It forbids sexual orientation and gender identity from being taught in kindergarten through third grade. Despite widespread criticism of the law, DeSantis says parents have a right to a role in their child's education. Wall Street closed higher on Monday, though crude oil prices fell. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Looking at another story in regards to the amusement park accident last week, where a former U.S. attorney and personal injury lawyer says that the Orlando amusement park will absolutely be held liable for the incident. That goes on to say, the family's retained civil rights lawyer, Ben Crump, and personal injury attorney, Bob Hilliard, for their representation. But personal injury lawyer and former U.S. attorney, Nima Rahmani, says, yes, Icon Park will absolutely be held liable. No question. Said the amusement park has a responsibility to keep their rides safe, and added that This case deals with a minor. Not only do they have a duty to make sure the rides are safe, you're talking about a minor, right? They have an absolute responsibility to make sure their rides are safe. Minors are riding these things. He added the only argument that they could probably give would be the assumption of risk by going on the ride, which he said would be a weak argument. The only possible defense would be some sort of contributory negligence or comparative negligence, an assumption of risk that this child knew the seatbelt was unsafe and chose to ride it anyway. It's a very weak argument, and it could actually easily inflame a jury. I mean, we are talking about a 14-year-old child. It's a weak argument. It's really the only argument, the only possible defense here, and I don't think it's a good one. Liability is crystal clear. Damages are through the roof. I mean, what's worse than losing a child under these circumstances and watching it happen, then have the whole world circulating videos of his death, and then coverage. Obviously, theme parks have a lot of coverage and assets. This is a very strong personal injury claim. Yeah, a lot of times, it's like if you go to a baseball game. The back of the ticket always says, not liable for injury. There's been a number of incidents, hard hit balls slamming people, and serious injuries and whatnot. Most of the stadiums now have extended that netting and whatnot well further out in the field than they used to have, versus like just behind the plate and whatnot, trying to protect fans in the stands. They'll put that little disclaimer on there. I don't know that would hold up in this case, though. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Chevy Guy on board. What's happening? Hello, Chevy Guy. I bet he had to step out of the truck and take care of some business. I'll tell you what, let's jump down to, I got to meet this guy there in Louisville, the Sex Maniac. How's it going? Which, in other words, means the phones aren't working. I bet they can hear me, but I cannot hear them. All right, I don't have a whole lot of time left, but I'll reset those momentarily. Yeah, Chevy Guy's calling back already, so that every once in a while that happens. All right, I was pretty disturbed when I came across this story this past evening. It's more on the COVID, which if you've noticed, the COVID has taken the back seat in news coverage. Although we are still hearing about, we need another booster. We need a fourth shot. The research, the data presented by the CDC is showing that the booster shots lose their effectiveness very quickly. Protection plummeting by the fourth month after the shot. It's, to say the least, eye-raising data presented by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that follows the same dismal pattern of the efficacy displayed by the primary shots, the original shot series. Effectiveness wanes in a matter of months. When one or two doses didn't work to end the pandemic, they said, okay, we need a booster. We need a number 3. Most people need the booster shot. And Pfizer said, we need to boost everyone that's over the age of 12, at least 5 months after the first set. And now they're talking booster number 4, with evidence that the booster shots become significantly less effective within just 4 months. It has opened the door for pretty much ongoing shots forever, which could have serious ramifications for human health. Now, the actual CDC-funded study involved data from 10 states, August of 21 to January of this year, in periods during which both the Delta and the Omicron variants were circulating widely. Visits to emergency rooms and urgent care facilities, as well as hospitalization, people seeking medical care for COVID. Now, the initial vaccine effectiveness against COVID emergency department or urgent care visits was higher after the booster shot compared to the second COVID injection. Within 2 months of the second shot, protection against emergency department and urgent care visits was 69%. That dropped to 37% after 5 months. The low effectiveness, just 5 months after the initial shot series, is what prompted officials to say, hey, we need a booster. The booster shot, get you back to 87%. Even that was short-lived. Within 4 to 5 months post-booster, protection against emergency department and urgent care visits decreased to 66%, then to just 31% after 5 months or more. So now we're talking a fourth and maybe a fifth or never-ending booster shots. But what really caught me is this report from National Geographic that says scientists are working on a self-spreading vaccine? A vaccine that can jump from vaccinated people to unvaccinated people. Hold on a minute. The article indicates these new vaccines are so-called recombinant viruses are developed through a process whereby researchers first identify a protein from the target microbe that serves as an antigen, a substance that triggers immune responses in vaccinated people or animals. They then select a virus to carry the vaccine and spread it. We're talking about actually infecting people with something. While the article did not mention any sort of gain-of-function research, according to the Columbia University researcher, who was not mentioned in the National Geographic article, another way to do gain-of-function research is to use recombinant DNA technology to engineer changes in the genome of the organism. In experiments done in my laboratory, we took a small piece of the genome in the mouse-adapted Lancing strain of poliovirus. The coding for just 8 amino acids, we spliced it into the genome of another poliovirus that was unable to infect mice. The recombinant virus from this experiment had a new property, the ability to infect mice. Now, this new technology, using something I can't even say the word, it comes from a group of viruses belonging to the herpes family. Yet those viruses stay in their host for life. Now, they explain, what about the implications here? The emerging technology, inoculating a population without what would be expressed consent. In other words, you come in contact with a vaccinated person, that's going to jump into you. You didn't consent to that. This would be a breach of the 1949 Geneva Convention, which states that, quote, mutilation and medical or scientific experiments not necessitated by the medical treatment of a protected person are prohibited. Once you set something that's engineered and self-transmissible out there into nature, you don't know what happens to it and where it's going to go. Even if you just start by setting it out into animal populations, part of those genetic elements might find their way back into humans. I mean, I can't believe that with the way this whole COVID thing got started from the very beginning, which most of us fully believe, this was testing, this was engineered in a lab. It wasn't supposed to get out, whoops, it got out. Of course, they deny that to this day. It was just it was an act of nature. It mutated in the wet market. But now they're actually working on this stuff. Things that make you go, that's That's downright frightening to me. But with that, let me get a quick timeout. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount.
Welcome, host.
Just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, I didn't check it out this past day. There's a new source of news. You know, because we live in a world where nearly every news outlet is sponsored by the pharmaceutical industry, and it's mainstream media, the arm of the Democrat Party. News sources that we can trust are very few and far between. For instance, and I can vouch for this, the Drudge Report was at one point in time a very trusted source of news for conservatives. Those days are long gone. Drudge has become just another echo chamber of the left. Well, this guy, Joseph Curl, who's a former editor of the Drudge Report, who ran the publication when it still garnered millions of views every month, with the Washington Examiner reporter Paul Bedard, have launched a new news aggregation site. With Drudge Report kowtowing to the legacy media. This website, which is called Off the Press. Off the Press fills a void on the web, delivering up-to-the-minute information and commentary without propagandized distortions. Now more than ever, keeping up with the most important stories is very difficult, says Curl. With social media deluging everyone with their endless posts on their news feed, the internet needs an editor to cull the best stories and present them on a single site. That is the mission of Off the Press. Off the Press includes coverage from all political angles, but unlike Drudge nowadays, you won't see any stories about exorcisms. Like I said, I checked it out, and it's kind of the way when Drudge got his start. Realistically, Drudge isn't a news generator, news creator. He was and is just essentially a clearinghouse that links to other news sources. to where years ago he would share many stories that would fall, I guess you'd call it, on the conservative side. And somewhere down the line, I don't know who got to him, what got to him, if he was bought and paid for or what, but he went full-fledged left. Essentially just sharing all that left-leaning propaganda links. Yeah, the anti-Trump, and everything that goes along with it. So maybe check that out, offthepress.com. Hey there, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. Mr. Sommers, I got a deal for you. Right now, we are introducing our latest and greatest product, GMA Enterprise.
It better be good.
Are you anxious? Are you anxious about these COVID restrictions and the social distancing and all of that? Yes, we have come up with a solution. Our head of research and development at Plum has come up with a formula of a body spray and perfume for the ladies and a aftershave and body spray for the men. Are you ready for this? Ramp said it. Guaranteed you spray yourself with this, people will stay 6 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet, maybe even 100 feet away from you. Oh, the saloon's already lightened up. I bet you that's scarecrow. Well, just wait. We have a special offer, a very special offer. But for those of you who are not familiar with ramps, it's an onion leg, a plant that grows wild in the eastern part of the United States that has a scent after eaten and makes garlic smell like roses. Yes, pretty incredible. Low price of $19.95. You can either get the ladies' gift set or the men's gift set. But wait!
Oh, there's more.
Special offer.
There's more.
Just for your listeners. You can get the combo, the men's and ladies' gift set for the incredible low price of $49.95. Yes, that's right. A $10 value. Yes, just call today. And thank you for letting me advertise on your wonderful show.
Gilligan needs to stick to driving truck, don't he? Ah. All right, let me see, maybe later. I guess, what is this, a DA of the Week nominee, I believe? Joe sent this to me. Those snake lovers out there. A dangerous snake bites its owner, which then sparks a desperate search for the life-saving anti-venom there in Virginia. Must be someone kin to Gilligan. This guy was keeping an African pit viper when he got bit overnight, night before last. According to the report, this is known as a Gaboon viper, deadly to people. State police and troopers rushed in to help the man after he was treated at the Virginian Commonwealth University Medical Center. VCU Medical Center had treated the adult male with anti-venom treatment from the National Zoo in D.C., but was in need to provide the male another dose to save his life. Police reportedly received more anti-venom from a worker at an aquarium in Virginia Beach, roughly 100 miles from the hospital, though. Spokesperson for the Virginia Aquarium and Marine Science Center said the facility provides 35 doses of antivenom for emergency transport, which were expedited back to Richmond and given to VCU health workers. Police and health workers didn't share the snake owner's condition, but said troopers were contacted for help with the antivenom transport. But, if you're going to have deadly snakes, right there in your house, It might be a good idea to maybe have your hands on some anti-venom to keep on hand, I would think. Just in case your loving little snake decides to bite you. You big dummy. All right, final check on our traveler's weather before we get out the door here this Tuesday morning as we again prepare by later today, as a matter of fact. We're going to be watching for our next storm, which has been bringing some rain to the west, much needed rains in Southern California. It's going to emerge out of the Rockies and set the stage for another outbreak of severe weather in the plains and the south central states. Temperatures today going to be soaring well above the normals for this time of year, a good 10 to 20 above normal. But later in the day, you get the heat, you get strong winds developing in the upper levels of the atmosphere. There are your ingredients for another potential outbreak of severe weather. All modes of severe weather will be beginning by later on this week, evening rather, with hail, damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Any of these feisty storms tonight, a few tornadoes cannot be ruled out. The focal point is going to be central and northern Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, in kind of the bullseye, potentially for the tornado risk this evening. It's going to continue into the overnight hours, so I have a sneaky suspicion when we come in here and get things fired up at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, we'll probably have plenty of weather information to be sharing with you, throw your way. As always, we try to at least keep on top of the tornado warnings, especially when they're out there impacting some of our major travel routes, interstates and whatnot. So just a heads up. And I hope you'll come back and join us again at the midnight hour tonight, as it'll be time for Mike. Yeah, already looking toward Hump Day, another edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.